coming and going, but thank you for doing your best and your juggling acts. We'll keep it rolling. So I'm good, Eli.
Senator Rafferty, we are live.
Thank you very much, Eli, and good morning, ladies and gentlemen from around the state. Welcome to the Maine's 130th State Legislature. My name is Joe Rafferty, and I am the Senate Chair of the Education and Cultural Affairs Committee. We have a work session going on this morning. We welcome you too. Please just keep in mind, if you would do so, is that treat one another as we are guests in my home, your home. We're all a guest. Just keep that in mind as we interact with one another through our work. I'll ask that our committee members, fellow members, introduce themselves. And I will start with Senator Woodson, please.
Good morning, Dave Woodson, District 33 and Northwestern York County.
Thank you. Representative Crockett.
Good morning, everyone. Ed Crockett, District 43, which is part of Portland and part of Falmouth.
Thank you. Representative Dodge.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning, everyone. My name is Jan Dodge. I represent House District 97, which is Belfast, Northport, and Waldo.
Thank you. Representative McCray.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm Dave McCray. I reside in Fort Fairfield, where I am right now, in the center of Aroostook County, and representing District 148. Good morning, everyone.
Thank you. Representative Salisbury.
Good morning. I'm Sue Salisbury, and I represent House District 35, which is part of Westbrook.
Thank you. Representative Sampson.
Good morning. I'm Heidi Sampson, representing House District 21, Alfred, Limerick, Shapley, Newfield, and Parsonsfield.
Thank you. Representative Stearns.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning. My name is Paul Stearns. I represent House District 119 of Piscataquis County, and I can report that the Puxatawny Phil was correct when he saw his shadow.
We also have with us this morning as our committee clerk, Eli Murphy. Morning, Eli. And our analyst, Hillary Risler. They'll both be with offering a lot to our committee. Eli will help you folks as you potentially transition from the guest to if you were called in to speak and address any questions, we may have you do that, and he'll help you through that. He does have his hand up. What can I do for you?
Senator Rafferty, if I'm not mistaken, we also have Representative Lyman here as well.
Oh, I'm sorry. Representative Lyman, thank you very much, Eli.
Thank you, Eli. Good morning. Sheila Lyman, District 74. I represent Jay, Livermore Falls, and part of Livermore. Thank you.
Thank you, and my apologies for that. And I do see that Representative Brennan is.
Good morning. Sorry, I was delayed. My name is Michael Brennan. I represent District 36, which is part of Portland.
Thank you. And folks, it's not uncommon that members of our committee, there's a lot of work going on throughout legislation. So some may join us, and some that are physically present may leave temporarily. We're all doing the best we can, but thank you very much for your patience in that. First work session this morning is relative to LD 176, which is an act to facilitate a grade 9 to 16 school project. And I will ask, I know our sponsor is with us, but I'll ask Ms. Risler if she'd be kind enough to walk us through the impact and the potentially what that LD will do. Thank you. Ooh, I have a hand up already. Representative Crockett.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. And Hillary will probably take care of this. Just for the sake of our participants, let's let them know the order of the LDs that we're going to be doing work sessions on today.
Sure, thank you. I have 176, 1389, 1880, 1962, 1989, and 270. Thank you. Sorry, Hillary.
Not a problem at all. All right, so I'm going to start with the bill analysis for LD 176, which is an act to facilitate a grade 9 to 16 school project. As you know, this bill was originally a concept draft, and it was carried over from last session because the stakeholders were continuing to work on it. At the public hearing, the sponsor did present an amendment, which is a private and special law authorizing the voters of SAD number 4, SAD number 41, and SAD number 46 to form a community school district under the private and special law. And the community school district is authorized to be formed only if the voters of each of the 3 SADs approve the formation. Voters of RSU number 64 are also authorized to participate in the forming of the community school district. So the amendment provides a number of components necessary for the reorganization and formation as a community school district, including that the community school district organization has a SAU responsible for grades 9 to 12 and that it will operate a CTE center. Continuity for approved regional high school committee until formation of the community school district, which may take all necessary or appropriate steps related to the State Board of Education approved projects list for concept approval. Referendum and ballot questions, certification of organization and transitional periods for the community school district and school district members, governance, board composition and apportionment of the school board, continued existence of the member SAUs for all purposes of grades kindergarten through grade 8 and pre-kindergarten if applicable, educational continuity and coordination of the transfer of responsibility for grades 9 through 12 through the first operational year and thereafter, allocation of existing fund balances and accrued liabilities, transfers of teachers and employees and system administrators, collective bargaining, dispute resolution, borrowing and lease purchasing, budget format and procedure, cost sharing and assessment, district meeting procedures, district referendum procedures, and last but not least, that this act would control if there is any conflict with Title 20A, Chapter 105, which governs community school districts. And I did just add a note here that this is consistent with a provision that's already in Chapter 105, which provides that if the provisions of this chapter conflict with the provisions of any private and special act of the legislature which created a community school district, then the provisions of the private and special act shall control. During the public hearing, the committee heard that in 2017, the commissioner and state board initiated a pilot project to support the design of an integrated consolidated 9 to 16 facility pilot project under the provisions of 20A MRSA 5905 and Chapter 61 of State Board Education rules for major capital school construction projects. And I did send that out as well and can pull that up if you'd like me to. The new regional comprehensive high school will be unique in that it will create authentic and relevant real world learning experiences and pathways through career-oriented clusters and pathways, provide affordable post-secondary certifications and degrees for all students, increase local community, business, and industry partnerships, and establish a pipeline of highly skilled career-ready employees and college-ready students. And that the legislation would open the door for these 4 school districts to collaborate, consolidate, and create a new and innovative comprehensive high school facility. The committee did not hear any testimony in opposition, but did hear some testimony neither for nor against. That while conceptually a good idea, there is concern for the general proximity between the schools, distance and commute time for students, and graduation status for those students who do not go on to college or university. The department submitted some written testimony, which noted that school construction project in the bill was placed on the state board's approved projects list and is the only active applicant. That the project is still in the early planning stages, and it is imperative that a workable governance structure is developed locally in order for it to remain in the pipeline. And that if the bill is successful, any subsequent changes required by the newly formed community school district would necessitate passage of a subsequent private and special law or laws. The department also submitted a memo this morning to the committee, which I forwarded, and either I can go over that. Oops, that's the wrong one. Here's the memo. So either I can read that through for you, or we can invite members of the department to go over that if the committee would like. At the public hearing, it was mentioned that there was a question of whether LD 1802, which the committee recently voted to pass regarding the organization of regional school units might be used to potentially address this issue. I have generally heard that has been decided that that's not an option. I do actually have that bill for language review for you later today, but it sounds like that was not going to work. And then last but not least, if the committee does move forward with the proposed amendment, as you know, it's a pretty technical amendment creating this community school district. I would request permission to share a draft prior to final language review with the committee as necessary with the attorneys for the school districts regarding any of those sort of technical non-substantive edits that may be necessary. For example, the draft is currently written and uses a lot of terminology regarding that the community school district will do this or will do that. We generally don't use the term will, we'll use the term shall because we're requiring them to do that if the referendum were to go forward. So that sort of technical edits, I'd request permission to share. Certainly if there was anything substantive, I would bring that back for the committee's consideration. The committee also received a response to questions document provided by the school districts that were behind this bill, and I know that they are here as well as their attorney are here for further questions. And with that, I'll turn it back over to you.
Thank you very much, Hillary. Any questions, folks, relative to Hillary's work as well as the bill itself? I know we do have the sponsor here as well, so. No? Am I missing people? My screen seems like it's changed, yeah. All right. There we go. Representative Stearns.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. If I might, I think it would be prudent for us to hear from Mr. Jordan and Mr. Stockmeyer and Ms. Walter, who are all in the waiting room.
Would you prefer that order, sir, or does it matter?
It doesn't matter. That'll be up to the chair. Thanks.
Thank you. Thank you, Eli. Good morning. Folks, thank you for joining us. I'm Mr. Stockmeyer. If you'd be kind enough to lead off, we give you an opportunity to make comments if you would like to do so.
Thank you. I'm Bill Stockmeyer, Drummond Woodsum, and I've been representing the 4 school districts that are concerned with the formation of this high school community school district for the purpose of fulfilling the legislative policy of promoting integrated consolidated grade 9 to 16 schools. And they're currently on the approved list for funding, and this is the inception stage. I guess I would just say generally that the purpose of this legislation is really to provide structure and continuity. The legislation allows the school units to proceed together through a joint committee to move the project through the normal process. It provides for how that the project would be approved and the secondary community school district would be formed at the same time, and they would stand or fall together in accordance with a majority vote in each of the school districts that submit this these 2 questions to referendum. So the purpose really is to integrate that process. The new CSD would only form if approved by all of SAD 4, if submitted to referendum, which would be a local election in the first place, and then approved by a majority of the voters of SAD 4, a majority of the voters of SAD 41, and a majority of the voters of SAD 46. RSU 64 is not quite where the first 3 are, so they would also be permitted to submit and join if that's their decision. As we sort of learned through the school consolidation project, school consolidation statutes back in 2007 to 2009, there are a lot of granular issues associated with transitioning. Once the CSD is formed, they have to elect a school board. They have to select a superintendent. They have to, they have to appoint a school board in this case. They have to elect a superintendent or appoint a superintendent. They have to prepare a budget. So a lot of things have to happen before the first operating year, and the general statutes are silent on how all that would work. With reference to, I think it's LD 1802, if I have the number correct, which would provide for secondary regional school units, I would just say that a private and special bill is going to be needed in any case. 95% of what's here really deals with those granular type of issues. And one of the key aspects of using the CSD law is that the general statutes for community school districts allow for appointment of a CSD board. And that's all 4 school districts agree that it's really critical that they be able to appoint the CSD board. They also agree that each district should have equal voting strength on the board, or this simply won't be accepted by their communities. And I would just remind everyone that experience has already shown with the 2 previously approved funding projects that fell apart, that getting approval of the school site is a heavy lift. And so we're trying to remove as many other barriers as possible to focus on that issue and build a local consensus on that issue without getting into issues about, well, we don't have quite as many votes as that person. And to answer one question that came up with the department was one person, one vote. And we've updated our law firm's own research on that issue. And I can assure everyone that the Supreme Court of the United States has repeatedly taken the position that appointed boards are not subject to one person, one vote. And then finally, in that regard, because that still might be a concern, even if not a constitutional concern, I would just remind everyone that each district has to approve the formation of this CSD by a majority vote. So the voters' interests would be protected in that way.
Thank you very much. Folks, any questions of Mr. Stockmeyer at this time? Yes, Representative Crockett, please.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. And this may not be for Mr. Stockmeyer. It may actually be for Representative Stearns. And I apologize because I think I was absent during this public hearing. When I was reading through 1802, everything in 1802 referred to grades 9 through 12. So I'm just curious how grades 13 through 16 are impacted in this bill.
Do you want me to respond to that, Mr. Chair?
If you can, unless someone else has that. Let's take a shot at it, sir. Let's go. Yeah.
Well, I would say that would be exactly one of those granular pieces that the good attorney mentioned this morning. That at first it looked like there might be a nice fit, I think, from several different angles that 1802 could be the vehicle that would be sufficient to move this consolidated school project along. But they've discovered a lot of facts along the way, and it is going to require the private and special legislation, I believe. But that's my shot at answering that question.
Thank you.
May I have a follow-up, Mr. Chair?
Yes.
Yeah, I am anxious to learn, because most obviously K through 12 is separate than higher education. So just any clarity I can get with respect to that connection would be great.
Thank you. Mr. Stockmeyer, please.
Sure. The concept of grade 9 through 16 is a sort of a legislative policy concept when the legislature enacted a funding pathway for in particular rural schools that might promote access to post-secondary education by providing for the construction of schools that would both integrate CTE and regular education, consolidate districts together into a larger school, and also provide some measure of post-secondary instruction to essentially lower the barriers to attaining a certification, whether it's a job certification, a professional job certification, or in a trade or a degree, by providing some measure of college courses in that school. So that's the policy, if you will, behind it.
Thank you. Hillary.
I was just going to mention, this was a question that came up at the public hearing, and the memo that went out from the 4 superintendents of the schools addresses it a little bit as well. And I can pull that up on my screen if that would be helpful. Although I think probably Mr. Stockmeyer covered most of it.
Thank you very much. Other questions, folks, from the any members? Additional questions? Seeing none. I'd like to move on to Mr. Jordan, please, and then we'll go to Ms. Welter.
Thank you and good morning. We appreciate your time helping us work through this. I think Mr. Stockmeyer presented our case very, very well. We certainly took an opportunity to have an extensive conversation with the Department of Education on LD 1802. We explained to them what our concerns were with 1802, what the importance was of LD 76. I would just emphasize what Mr. Stockmeyer said. In our conversations, we have talked a lot about all of the hurdles and the difficulties of bringing 4 high schools together into one facility. And the equity around board governance was something that bubbled up constantly. How do we make sure that people feel like all 4 schools are coming on, into this situation in the most fair manner possible? So that led to a conversation of a specific amount of board members, 3 in this case, from each of the 4 districts. And the appointed versus elected was very important for our committee because we want to maintain that connection with our pre-K 8 schools that will remain in our districts. So we feel it's crucial to have the appointed board members for this new 9 through 16 facility also be representatives from the local school boards and the taxpayers of those communities. So that connection was really, really important to us. The Department of Education was great. They offered up some concerns, some things for us to think about, which was certainly was well-intentioned, and it pushed our thinking a little bit more around this. But I think we've got a good potential bill in place to move forward. We certainly realize, this is one hurdle of many that we have still to come. But I think we're confident and we're hopeful that because of the equity piece, because of the local representation, because of the local control, the CSD bill is the way to go.
Thank you, sir.
You're welcome.
Any questions, folks? Seeing none, thank you very much. And Ms. Welter, please. Thank you for being here today.
Good morning, Senator Rafferty, Representative Brennan, and the esteemed members of our committee. It's good to see you again very quickly since yesterday. So it feels like we've hardly missed a beat. So I want to echo what Mr. Jordan said, that we've had a really good collaborative process working with Mr. Stockmeyer, Mr. Jordan, and the other stakeholders for this bill. The department is supportive of the concept, and we recognize, as Hillary mentioned, it is complicated. One element that we're still trying to work through is whether the CT reorganization is approved through the general law or through a private and special law. The reorganization's impact on the other schools currently served by Tri-County Tech Center will need to be assessed. In addition, the effect of RSU 64's withdrawal from the United Technical Center would also need to be assessed. And, to echo one of the things that Mr. Stockmeyer mentioned is that, trying to get a project like this off the ground is complicated. And because it is a CTE project, Chapter 313 is implicated, and that adds a layer of complication. So that's kind of what we just wanted to sort of point the committee's attention to.
Thank you very much. Any additional questions from any members of the committee? Not seeing any. Well, was anyone ready to make a motion? I'll entertain that. Question, Representative Crockett?
Yes, yeah, not ready for a motion yet. I guess it's probably just me, but I'm still confused as to why, it appears in the title that, courses taking at this group are going to be, acting like, obviously for college credit. We have early college now throughout the state, but that is contained within the K through 12 group. So I guess, and maybe Hillary can kind of clear my mind a little bit on, is there any impacts to the higher education levels that don't exist in the more traditional K through 12 bracket?
So if I may, let me just pull up my screen and I'm going to sort of read through this, although I will say in terms of intent, I would defer to Mr. Jordan, Mr. Stockmeyer, and Representative Stearns. But I think the idea here that was talked about during the public hearing and then expressed through the question and answer document from the MSAD 46 for MSAD 41 RSU 64 and the Tri-County Technical Center is this concept here, which is that they're working with the Maine Community College and the University of Maine system, and the intention would be to create dual enrollment opportunities for students to earn college credits while fulfilling high school requirements and scheduling, and that embedding the higher education presence in the school itself, the CTE director, academic director, and higher education director would work collaboratively to help design the post-secondary learning courses and opportunities. Although they note that in this stage of their development, they were not clear whether the students would ever be able to fully complete an associate's or a bachelor's. So that, it sounds like, is the intent of that grades 13 to 16.
Thank you. I do have hands up from Representative Stearns as well as Mr. Jordan. We'll go in that order. Representative?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll take a crack at that as well. Previous legislatures, along with collaborating with the Department of Education, created this 916 model, if you will, and they created the basic parameters to move forward. I'm speaking to Representative Crockett. So this has been in place for several years, and as Attorney Stockmeyer mentioned, the intent is, particularly in these rural areas, to provide some type of on-campus higher education experience. And I think the data will will show clearly that the more rural areas of the state have more difficulty with those early college pieces. So we're not acting on a just right out of the blue trying to invent something. We're acting upon previously established statute. And Mr. Chair, I would make a motion whenever you're ready.
Thank you. Mr. Jordan, followed by Hillary, please.
Yeah, I just wanted to echo Mr. Stearns. He stole a little bit of my thunder, but this is based in the State Board of Education rules for major capital school construction projects, Chapter 61, Section 15. And it clearly states, and we had to cover this in our application, that it had to be an integrated, consolidated 9 through 16 educational facility, combining a regional high school, a fully integrated career and technical education high school, a higher education center, and it has to be in a one campus design. So that structure was set for us based on Chapter 61.
Thank you very much, sir. And Ms. Risler, followed by Representative Sampson.
Well, now I can say that Mr. Stockmeyer stole my thunder because I was actually just pulling up that Rule 61, the Department or State Board Rule 61, Section 15 rule, which, as he said, outlines these provisions. And so here it is. And so this is the outline that they were using to get the approval from the State Board for the project. And it provides all of these components, as you mentioned, that the facility must be a one campus design. And then through this process, you had heard that this is the currently only active application for this project, and the rule does go on to identify the various points that these would get scored by from the state board. And if it's helpful, I can email this out, this PDF with that section of the rule out to the committee so that you have it as well.
Joe, you are muted.
Sorry, thank you very much. Appreciate that, yeah. Thank you, Hillary. You did great for somebody who didn't have the thunder, you know. Representative Sampson, followed by Mr. Stockmeyer, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is just a quick clarification. Ms. Risler, you showed us a slide a couple of slides ago where you talk about the graduation, like I missed something here. Can you clarify, do they receive a diploma? What's the deal there? I missed that, sorry.
Sure. I think I was talking about some public hearing testimony and some concerns that were raised, and I would need to go back and identify who raised the concerns. I think part of it had to do with the grades 13 to 16, exactly what those graduations would be, whether they would be getting associates or bachelors. I believe that was the concern, but I would need to go back and see who raised it.
So can we just get clarification on that? Because that's something that for some reason I'm not clear on. Do they get a diploma? What do they get? Associate's degree? What is it that they would be achieving?
I believe that they're not quite sure exactly what that will be yet, but I would defer to the stakeholders who are more intimately involved with this at the planning stage.
Thank you. If somebody could address that, that would be helpful. Thanks.
In that document you're referring to, Hillary, it does state in Section 2 that it was unclear as to whether the degree, level of any degree, if any, what level will that be? But that was in that Section 2 part, I think. Mr. Stockmeyer, followed by Representative Crockett and Mr. Jordan.
Thank you. I was accused of stealing someone's thunder when I didn't even say anything, so I don't know what happened now. But putting that aside, that's no problem. I just wanted to mention that the State Board didn't come up with this on its own. A number of years ago, the legislature adopted a resolution requiring the Department of Education to develop the integrated consolidated 9 through 16 concept. So this was a resolution adopted by the Maine legislature in the first instance, followed by enactment of a general statute providing a funding pathway for these projects, which is then reflected in the rule that Ms. Risler, the state board rule that Ms. Risler showed you. It's my understanding that this was left open intentionally because the idea was to facilitate attainment of something later. So I don't, perhaps Superintendent Jordan can speak better than I can on the current status of things and the interest of colleges in these types of schools, but I do believe it's intentionally left open, and it does not necessarily in any way mean that it would be providing a degree, but I suppose that's a possibility.
Thank you. Representative Crockett, and then we'll, Mr. Jordan. Please.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. You know, to be honest, the more I hear about LD 176, the more excited I am about it. And part of the reason is we had testimony, I think it was earlier this session, about early college. And the only opportunities, you know, kids may have had a chance to take 3 or 4 classes. You know, nowhere near the number of classes that would be needed to get any type of associates, and then, you know, forget about a bachelor's. So, you know, this feels like it's opening it up a bit, which I think is great, a great idea. And hopefully when Mr. Jordan follows me, he can either confirm or tell me my thinking is a little bit crazy. But I think it's a good thing. The more post-secondary classes we can offer, the better.
Thank you. Mr. Jordan, please.
Sure, thank you. We have had multiple conversations in the application process with the community college system and the University of Maine system. Not to the point where we have a 100% specific plan in place, but lots of planning around having an embedded higher education presence in the school itself, a CTE director, an academic director, a higher education director. They obviously, being housed in the same facility, can work collaboratively to help design post-secondary learning courses. And our anticipation is certainly opportunities for the students coming from this high school to continue on to an associate's level and potentially a bachelor's level without leaving the community, but also offering a better opportunity for those folks in rural Maine to maybe be able to attend some sort of post-secondary coursework without having to travel an hour or an hour and a half. So although we don't have a fully completed plan in place, we have both the community college system and the University of Maine system are very excited to be on board with us. I had a couple of emails last week from the community college folks we have been working with, wanting to know, how's it going? When can we move to the next step? So there's a lot of collaboration going on.
Thank you very much. And Representative Crockett, you have another question?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. Would it be fair to assume, one, with obviously the 20 million that the governor put in her supplemental budget for free college at the community college level, that all of these courses would be no charge to the high school students?
That I could not answer, sir, at this, because I'm not clear. Maybe someone is. I'm not clear in all the connections that that so-called free community college means. You know, what does that mean? You know, so I can't answer that with any good knowledge. Representative Brennan, followed by Representative Stearns, please.
To answer Representative Crockett's question, in order to qualify for the free college tuition, you have to be a full-time enrolled, and you have to be in a certain graduate from college in 2021, 22. So it based on what they're talking about now with that program, it doesn't sound like these students would necessarily qualify. And in particular, because you have to be enrolled full-time 30 hours in order to qualify for the program.
Thank you, sir. Any other questions from the committee members, please? Then Representative Stearns, I am ready for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. With full understanding that the CTE issue with RSU 64 is something that is going to need to be worked through and resolved to the satisfaction of all of the citizens and taxpayers of the districts, along with other issues that are going to pop up. Again, with full understanding of that, I move passage of LD 176.
And I would second that.
Thank you. And I'm only going to ask Hillary, should that be ought to pass as amended?
Yes.
Thank you.
And I assume that the amendment is in fact the proposed amendment Representative Stearns presented at the public hearing.
Yes, my apology. I got overexcited here this morning.
I was just trying to anticipate her catching me, so. Thank you. So I have a motion from Representative Stearns ought to pass as amended. That was seconded by Representative Brennan. Any further discussion, folks? Seeing none, I'm going to ask Eli if you would be kind enough to call the roll. It makes it easier for us knowing who's here and who isn't. So.
Sure. In a vote, or in a motion of ought to pass as amended on LD 176, Senator Rafferty.
Yes.
Senator Rafferty votes yes. Senator Daughtry. Senator Daughtry is absent. Senator Woodsum.
Yes.
Senator Woodsum votes yes. Representative Brennan.
Yes.
Representative Brennan votes yes. Representative Crockett.
Yes.
Representative Crockett votes yes. Representative Dodge.
Yay.
Representative Dodge votes yay. Representative Lyman.
Yes.
Representative Lyman votes yes. Representative McCray.
Yes.
Representative McCray votes yes. Representative Millette. Representative Millette is absent. Representative Roach. Representative Roach is absent. Representative Salisbury.
Yes.
Representative Salisbury votes yes. Representative Sampson.
Yes.
Representative Sampson votes yes. Representative Stearns.
Yes.
Representative Stearns votes yes. With a vote of 10 yes, the motion carries.
Thank you, folks, very much. And Representative Stearns, congratulations on that. Good luck with that moving forward.
Thank you.
Ms. Rizla.
And I would just ask permission from the committee that as we go through revisions and all those technical components in the revisor's office, that if there's a question or a concern, I could share a draft with Mr. Stockmeyer. Again, anything substantive would come back to the committee, but if there are those technical edits, is the committee comfortable with me sharing a draft as needed?
That's
Seeing nodded heads, perfect. Thank you.
very good. Thank you very much. So I am going to close the work session on LD 176 and pass the gavel to Representative Brennan relative to 1389, sir. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Senator Rafferty, and I will grab the gavel. Thank you. And we will now turn to LD 1389 and open the work session on LD 89, an act to improve maritime education in Maine. And we will turn to Ms. Risler for the bill analysis.
Sure. I actually don't have a new bill analysis for the committee. We had actually worked this once and it was tabled for some additional discussions. I don't know if you want to bring the sponsor in if he's here.
That would be helpful. I think Representative Cuddy is with us.
Yep. And we do also have Kylie Bragdon and Melissa Landon from the Ocean School if and when you want to bring them in.
Okay. So, Ms. Risler, I understand that you've had some conversations with Representative Cuddy. Do you want to summarize those conversations?
Sure, absolutely. And I'm sure Representative Cuddy will be able to correct me at all if I misspeak. But Representative Cuddy did reach out to me earlier this week about some potential amendments and revisions to the language in front of you. I guess sort of to set the conversation, if the committee remembers that the Maine Ocean School in their authorizing statute has a particular provision, and I just want to pull it up. As you recall, it has a particular provision that currently says that notwithstanding any other provision of law, all powers, duties, and authority of the school and terminates 90 days after the adjournment of the second regular session of the 130th legislature. Obviously, we are currently in the second regular session of the 130th legislature. Representative Cuddy indicated to me that he has been working with the school and with others about the potential for a transition of the Maine Ocean School from being a full, diploma granting educational institution, magnet school, to a program. And that this program, however, though not all the details have been worked out in terms of a new supervisory model, perhaps in connection and some agreements with RSU 20 or other educational partners, and that this program would be able to accept students both physically from the region in which the school is, or the now school, but eventually program will be located, but also accept students virtually from around the entire state. In order to do this, there's a few things that will need to happen according to the proposal from Representative Cuddy. The amendment to the bill today would be to push that sort of sunset clause date until 90 days after the end of the first regular session of the 131st legislature. So that would be, instead of ending this summer, it'd be the following probably fall, actually, because that's a first regular session, and we adjourn a little bit later during the first regular session. So end of summer, beginning of fall. That otherwise the current funding model would continue for now, but that the school would be working during this time to formalize some agreements to become a program rather than this degree granting institution or this degree granting school. And it may make sense to give some unallocated language, making sure we give the school the ability to sign or make any of these agreements with these other partners to move forward. The one concern that I raised based on this proposal with Representative Cuddy is, of course, that we don't know exactly yet what that structure is going to be for this new program. Currently, the school is established in statute as this public magnet school, and the Board of Trustees is established. And so one suggestion I made to Representative Cuddy that I'll make to the committee as well is that it would make sense for the school to need to report back to this committee next year on the progress of this transition, as well as the necessary legislation changes to complete this transition from a magnet school to a program. And certainly the committee could have authority to report out a bill if necessary.
Okay. Before we turn to Representative Cuddy, and Representative Cuddy, thank you for being with us today, and thank you for the work that you've been doing for the last month on the bill. Are there any members of the committee that have questions at this point for Ms. Risler? And again, we will turn to Representative Cuddy right after this. All right, seeing none, Representative Cuddy, if you could, again, thank you for being with us. And you could add to or summarize. I know you've had a number of positive conversations with potential partners and stakeholders and interested groups. And if you could summarize that for the committee, that'd be very helpful.
Absolutely. Thank you. And my name is Scott Cuddy. I represent House District 98, which is Winterport, Frankfort, Searsport, and Swanville, and I reside in Winterport. We have the Maine Ocean School has had a lot of conversations going back quite some time with different possible educational partners. Taking sort of the lead from the committee that partnering with someone, becoming part of an established educational model was something the committee really wanted to see. They evaluated different models and are currently planning. And I'm going to state fairly little on the factual side because Dr. Landon and Dr. Bragdon are both here, and they've been obviously deeply involved in this the whole time. But they have established sufficient agreements right now with RSU 20 to act as a program, not as a diploma granting institution, in the coming year. So they would actually be able to work with RSU 20 and act as a program in the coming year, and they are ready to do that. And then in their conversations with RSU 20, RSU 20 has not been able to finalize at the board level, the school board of directors level, all of the agreements that would need to be done, which is why we've requested this year to finalize those agreements. And then our plan had been to figure out what authorizing legislation needed to take place to finalize this and to make sure that everything is going to work well. But Ms. Risler suggested this idea of the report back, which I think makes a ton of sense, because the school would be required to come back in its program form, report on what had happened, and bring to the committee. And the intent is still to figure out what they've got to do legislatively, have it ready to go by cloture for the 131st. But if they're not able to do that, for whatever reason, the agreement isn't signed, there are still issues that need to be ironed out, it may be a good idea for the committee to have the ability to report out a bill so that they don't miss the opportunity and then have the sunset date at the end of the 131st, first session, 131st kick in. So I think the school's ability to become a program, they're already ready to do that. They have sufficient agreement signed with RSU 20 or sufficient understanding, maybe a better way to put it. And all indications are that they would be able to partner with RSU 20 as a program. And then we would just need to figure out what other authorizing legislation needs to happen.
Okay, thank you very much. Are there any questions at this point of Representative Cuddy? And thank you. Just before I get to Representative Salisbury, Representative Cuddy, do we want to bring on Ms. Bragdon and others into the conversation at this point?
Yeah, I think that would be excellent if we could, because a number of the questions are probably going to delve in an area where I'm not going to have the expertise to answer them. I also, two other points that I had wanted to make, and I apologize that I missed on. It's really important to the school, and I think to the model of the school, that while, as Ms. Risser pointed out, they be able to physically accept kids from around the region, much like a CTE would, that they also have the ability to offer this program in a statewide virtual way. I think we've all seen that virtual learning is something we can do and we can do successfully. And for this school to be able to offer itself to the state by, whether it's selling seats or however it might work, is something that would be a real benefit. Because whether or not a kid is from, a coastal community like Kennebunk or Belfast, or whether they're from Livermore Falls or from Fort Fairfield, they should be able to do this. And it's the goal of the Maine Ocean School to be able to do that. And the second point that I wanted to make was I wanted to thank Ms. Risler for all of her work. As you guys know very well, she is astute, attentive to detail, and innovative and creative when it comes to trying to help people like me, who are none of those things, get through these amendments. So thank you very much for her help.
Okay. All right. We do have Ms. Landon with us, as well as Ms. Bragdon, and I'm going to go to Ms. Risler first and then to Representative Salisbury.
Sure, I just wanted to mention there was one aspect of Representative Cuddy's amendment, which I didn't mention, but I should have, and that is his intent to maintain this program as focused on the marine science, technology, and engineering transportation. And so that should probably be included in the language that as they work to transition to this new program, that remains the focus. So I just wanted to mention that as well.
Like I said, attentive to detail.
Yeah. Representative Salisbury.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And Representative Cuddy, I'm sorry, my internet is unstable today. So I just wanted to follow up on something you said, just to make sure that I heard everything. So it sounds like working with RSU 20 is something that they are comfortable with, but I think you were saying that, there's still some details to work out. I mean, it's not a kind of what if thing? Does it sound like they're comfortable doing this, or is there a need to have like a plan B if something like that didn't pan out?
Right. And I will tell you from my perch on the EUT committee, we hear a lot about internet being unstable. So I'm very, very well aware of that. I'm going to let, I think, Dr. Landon, the Board of Trustees chair, address that. I will certainly say there's a great deal of comfort on both sides with doing it, but the RSU 22 board needs to have time to look things over and sign off on things. So it's not a finished product, but there's definitely comfort on both sides. But I think, Melissa, if you would like to chime in on that, I would appreciate it.
Thank you, Representative Cuddy. My name is Melissa Landon. I'm the Board of Trustees Chair for the Main Ocean School. Yeah, I just want to respond. We are having positive conversations with RSU 20. And as we figure out how the program is going to be implemented within the school and our new oversight as the Board of Trustees, as it is, will be changing. We are going to work with the RSU to create a program that meets both our original statute and meets their needs. And then we have to have the school board approve that. So we can't say that they're 100% ready to move ahead with it until we work out details that the school board will approve.
Okay, thank you. Representative Salisbury, did that answer your question?
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Are there other questions from members of the committee? So Representative Dodge.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning. Thank you all for being here. I have several questions. First of all, I wonder if the funding will continue to run in parallel with the new development or plan. I perhaps also had a misunderstanding that it was the purpose of the school to be experiential, which I understand we have shifted to a Zoom environment, but several of the things that you were good at, swimming and diving experiences and that sort of educational experiential work, I'm fearing will be lost in this particular mission. And if there are already only a small number of students from the Searsport area who are attending, by extending this time frame once again, I'm not sure what all is expected to be accomplished for further advancement. And it is my understanding that the folks who are currently the main instructors in the school have an English language background, and I believe it's social studies and history background. So how are those faculty people going to be folded in to the structure and utilized, please? Thank you.
Is there anybody in particular that would like to answer those questions?
I think probably either Dr. Landon or Dr. Bragdon are more capable than I am of answering your questions.
Okay, Dr. Bragdon, you want to answer those questions?
Yes, thank you. Hello there. My name is Kylie Bragdon. I'm the Executive Director of Main Ocean School and a resident of the town of Winter Harbor. So Representative Dodge, I will take a stab at as many as I can. If I forget any, please let me know. I'll start first with, let's start with students and the need and how we'll use our current process of virtual learning to make sure that they can still have those hands-on experiences. Now, as everyone knows, virtual learning can be challenging, but I think it's the way in which you embed alternative opportunities in your day-to-day classroom experiences. For us, what that currently looks like is we have a lot of labs that occur where students actually take their devices, and if a student is virtual, they're still participating in that lab or doing it independently in the region which they're operating. It's amazing what a cell phone can do for a kid when you give them that option to learn in that fashion. Another good part or a valuable part of what we're providing at Main Ocean School is the ability to connect with community partners. Now, I think there's this concept that kids go to school or go to college to become a doctor or a lawyer or an engineer. But at Main Ocean School, we're able to bring in community partners that have experiences in other arenas, in other industries, and they're able to talk to students about the experiences that they've had, opening their minds to other opportunities. So although not technically hands-on, I think that is an equally valuable component of our curriculum. Finally, in the program model, it would be our desire to provide a certain number of either quarterly or monthly in-person opportunities for students who don't necessarily get to attend every single day in person. These would be scheduled larger events where students could plan on going on a site visit or do a lab opportunity or whatever it might be, depending on the courses that they're currently enrolled in. I think ultimately here, though, the concept is it's all about planning. And the further we can plan ahead and prepare for those opportunities, the better we'll be able to balance that hands-on mindset that we've done before. Does that cover the first one? Okay, next one, let's talk about staffing. So currently we actually have a marine scientist, a science teacher. Her background is in marine biology, and she has a lot of actual hands-on experience in the field. And then we have a social studies teacher. So if you look at the program plan that was provided to you in our previous work session, the way in which we've incorporated or designed the 4 new tracks is really specific. Each track does align to a specific Maine-based industry. And of those tracks, we pulled specific courses that would give students opportunities outside of their typical classroom setting to pursue experiences specific to those main industries. Now, if you look at the courses themselves, they actually do align because of the industries we've chosen to target. They're either very science related or policy, typically policy or career development related. And those are arenas that our current staffing is not just capable, but they in fact excel at that type of instruction in those content areas. There's 2. I'm sorry, I can't remember the other questions.
Thank you for those answers. Will the funding structure, are you requesting that will happen in parallel? You will continue to receive the funding that we have corrected through Representative Cuddy's work recently, as well as your finding donors and that sort of thing to supplement your educational program.
Representative Cuddy, I'm going to let you answer that one.
Yes, I'm sorry. That was one I should have answered right off the bat. Yeah, in what we're considering right now, Representative Dodge, we would basically take the funding model that currently exists and allow that to continue. The for RSU 20 or any educational institution to take this on, initially the program would have to come with some funding in order for that to happen.
I have Ms. Risler and then Senator Whitsom. And Representative Dodge, were your questions answered? Okay, thank you. Senator Whitsom.
Thank you, sir. Maybe this question is for Ms. Bragdon, but so this proposal would basically make the school like a satellite program.
Yeah, I think that's a good way of thinking of it. Yes, it would be like a satellite entity that would allow students throughout the state, if they didn't have these opportunities locally, for them to access at our institution.
And with the hopes of attracting more enrollment versus what you've experienced in the past.
Yes, we would be hoping in increasing enrollment.
Now, do you feel or fear that the curriculum would be watered down by doing this?
No, actually, I have the opposite mindset. As you guys have expressed on a number of occasions, it's incredibly challenging for a staff that is so small and self-contained to provide the full academic breadth of a full high school experience. And narrowing down the content, what we're actually doing is we're focusing on the content that we do the best. So I think it would not only improve our instruction, but it would enhance the opportunities that were available to students.
Now, have you, when you say narrow down, have you actually set that up so you know what you're going to be teaching or offering?
Yes, sir. We do have, and actually you have access to that information. Depending on the 2 tracks, or if we go with all 4 tracks in the program next year, we do have the actual courses designated for each of those tracks.
Okay, and if I could go back to Representative Cuddy, Mr. Chair.
Yes, sir. Yes.
You said it would require some funding. I mean, what is some funding?
Well, the current model that the school is funded under, while the school has never been a charter school, they are funded under that model. So each year they receive the funding in the same way that a charter school does, which is a per pupil basis. And their funding was corrected, as Representative Dodge said, this year to reflect that new schools in the first 5 years receive funding in one way. But then as it moves on, it is a year-to-year funding received based on the number of students that were enrolled in the program the year prior.
Now, would the sending schools also be required to pay some tuition?
Not that I'm aware. I don't think that is how, well, no, I'm sorry. In the current model, the sending schools do not pay a tuition.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, I now have Representative McCray.
If this is going to be a program of some other high school, will there be opportunities for students of their school to take advantage of programming that is at that cooperating school? In other words, are they going to be morning till night with the Ocean School, or will they be part-time students in the regular high school, we'll say, and then X number of periods, hours, whatever, at the Ocean School?
My audio might be breaking up. I got about 50% of what you were saying, Representative McCray.
Representative McCray has, it's on his end, not on your end. Okay. Representative Cuddy. Representative McCray, do you want to ask a question again?
Yeah, sure. My new laptop doesn't seem to pick me up with any distance, and I don't stay right there. Excuse me just a second. There we go. Okay. Anyway, my question is, if the Ocean School is going to work with some other institution, some other high school, will the students at the Ocean School be enrolled in that other school also as part of a program? And will they be instructed some, or can they take classes at this cooperating school with other hours or periods or classes taken from the Ocean School.
And I think where that's a question regarding the proposal for the program for next year, I will turn to Drs. Bragdon and Landon to answer that one.
Yeah, so that's a great question. And the answer is yes, the students, because we would no longer be offering courses like art or music or PE. Students would be enrolled in the partner district and would receive those course requirements in that institution. Something that I keep falling back on is this model is very similar to the CTE models where students enroll in a certificate program, attend half a day, whether it be for a CNA course or welding, whatever it might be. Same idea, core requirements in the sending institution, and for Main Ocean School based courses, it would be this program, this certification in marine studies or what have you.
Very good. That's similar to something that Representative Cuddy and I discussed, a couple of weeks ago. So thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Representative McCray. Representative Sampson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Ms. Bragdon. Good to see you, Ms. Landon. So my question here is, I'm somewhat disheartened by this approach. I have to be honest, because I see this as like sort of a devolving of a great idea that needed to go the other direction. And so is this going to be cutting back and cutting down on your ability to draw students from a wider catchment area? This just seems like it's going to narrow it to just the very closest district region. Could you speak to that?
I would actually like to start answering that, Kelly, if you don't mind, just to give a quick, because Representative Sampson, I would say several weeks ago, I agreed with you. But as we have had discussions around this issue, I have actually become very excited about how a change like this and sort of grounding the school in an institution like RSU 20, if we're able to do that, and how allowing the school to focus on what it, as a program, to focus on what it really does exceptionally well, it could open opportunities that aren't going to be available to it in its current format. So I just wanted to let you know that I felt very much the same way, but as I have taken these meetings and discussions with different people about the possibilities of what changing to this new model would do, I have become really excited about the future for the school. But I'll let Dr. Bragdon or Dr. Landon give you a more specific answer than that.
I would have to agree with Representative Cuddy. I believe that by narrowing our focus on the things that we're exceptional at, we'll be providing a better experience to students. And that's ultimately, I think, our objective within our team. We want to make sure that students are being connected to maritime-based industries, that they can have hands-on learning opportunities, that they can get out in the field and have internships when appropriate or possible. Now, that is all made very challenging when you're also trying to balance the fiscal needs of providing a full school program. When you have to also worry about providing foreign language, for instance. Yeah, that's a challenge, and it detracts, I think, from the scope of practice that we're hoping to fully support. We're trying to make sure that students in Maine have the skills necessary to pursue maritime industries in Maine. And if we're taking away from that, I don't know if we're truly fulfilling our mission. So I'm very much so in favor of the program option. But thank you. Thank you for asking. That's a very valuable question.
Thank you. Do you think, could I just have a quick,
did you have a follow-up, Representative Sampson?
Yeah, could I please?
Sure. Yeah.
Thank you.
Go right ahead.
So Representative Cuddy or Ms. Bragdon, if you can, Representative Cuddy, you mentioned some opportunities and possibilities. Could you share some of those thoughts?
Sure. Part of it is going to come from the agreements that get signed and how the program integrates itself with the whatever entity it ends up integrating with. We've had great conversations with RSU 20. There's no reason for me to believe it won't be, but it isn't yet. So I don't want to say that RSU 20 is 100% committed to doing this. But the school as it is currently, and I think Dr. Bragg just laid this out pretty well, has tried to meet the full needs of the students. And I think given the budget that they've worked with and the constraints they've worked under, they've done a phenomenal job of doing that. But by opening up, in a sense, what the school wants to do, by taking away those things that aren't integral to the success of the school, they are going to be able to focus on those core areas where they really do well. Now they have, in the Searsport area is going to be an offshore wind hub. This is just about a magical coincidence of two things. The fact that this school was created in legislation and was funded and did get started, and now this program where they are working on marine science and logistics is in existence. And we are about to start basically a brand new industry in Searsport at Mac Point, possibly on Sears Island. We are looking at just like this birth of two things at the same time that are completely symbiotic. So the opportunities that they have, because they are now going to be able to focus on their core strengths and let RSU 20 handle the things that RSU 20 is already doing well. It's really going to open up, I think, opportunities. And that for me, I'm an electrician. That's what I do for work. So when I think about offshore wind and what that means for electricians and the needs that we're going to have in terms of specialized workforce and knowledge bases, and then you have the main ocean school becoming a program still there, I think the opportunities there are just enormous. So that's the kind of thing I was thinking of.
All right. Representative Dodge, did you have a follow-up question? You're muted.
Yes, I am. Thank you so much. Thank you, Mr. Chair. So my follow-up questions, can you tell me the community partners that you currently have statewide and an up-to-date relationship with who could support students from far away? And I just need a number, 6, 4, 12.
I'm not sure I understand the question, Representative Dodge. Is it community partners, statewide community partners? What are you referring to?
Statewide community partners to support students who are doing distance learning and aren't able to interact in a usual sort of curriculum. Reference was made to those partners to help students with their field experiences and exposure to career details. And I wondered if you have those partners in place at this time.
Yeah. So the industry partner talks that I think I was referring to, I would say as it stands right now, we have had 25 individuals participate in those experiences. I think in addition to that, we've had roughly between 8 to 10 institutions, organizations host field events for students to go, and if it was to look at the boatyard or have a field trip to the Port Authority, whatever it might be, things like that. So I would say roughly 30-ish, upwards of 30 plus.
And are there people at those institutions who are willing to sponsor students on an individual level as opposed to hosting a field trip?
When you say, what do you mean by that? Like fiscally sponsoring?
No, I mean with experiences and relationships one-on-one.
Yeah, actually, Dr. Landon, I think this is a great question for you, as you were formerly the chair of the Workforce and Community Development Committee.
Right. Thank you. Yeah, so we have a list of around 400 supporters from around Maine's maritime community throughout the state. And our intention as we move forward as a program is to have a community coordinator part-time position at the very beginning. And as the school grows, it'll have to be full-time in order to gather resources and to continue to create those relationships in communities where our students actually are. And so for now, a lot of our experiences for the students have existed around the Searsport area, as most of our students are currently there. But as we develop and grow into other portions of the state and have student bodies in other portions of the state, our intention is to continue to use the resources that we've already developed and the partnerships we've already developed that haven't yet resulted in student engagement, but that can result in student engagement when we have students in those local areas.
Thank you. And so my next question has to do with test scores and student performance. I'm assuming that those responsibilities now will become under the umbrella or part of RSU 20. And is that correct?
Okay. Let me weigh in on that, Representative Dodge. The students themselves will most likely, so if a student is coming from RSU 22, then RSU 22 will be responsible for their overall education. If they're in RSU 20, RSU 20 will be responsible for them. In terms of the Main Ocean School programming, that's what the program themselves and will be responsible with some assistance from RSU 20 in implementation of the program itself.
Thank you. And is it possible for you to share with us the number of students you currently have enrolled, number one, and the number of students who are from within, say, 10 or 15 miles of the school, please?
Yes, so currently we have 11 students enrolled and 5 of them are within the local community.
Thank you.
Right. Thank you, Representative Dodge. Senator Wisdom, I see you have a follow-up question.
Yes, thank you. So you have a tentative agreement with RSU 20, is that correct?
Yes.
And then you mentioned RSU 22, is that also correct?
We don't have a tentative agreement. It's just an example of students in the local region who would be possibly attending the program.
Okay. It concerns me that not knowing what kind of agreement or success you're going to have with RSU 20. I mean, I'm sure that concerns you too, but that is something that concerns me. Thank you.
If I could just add one thing, Senator Woodson, that RSU 22 borders RSU 20. And so like a student from, the reason I think the example came from was a student from Frankfort, which is an RSU 22. Actually, RSU Frankfort used to be an RSU 20. There was a split and they ended up moving in RSU 22. So there are a lot of communities from right around that may end up sending a student, much like they would to a CTE.
Representative Dodge.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, for your indulgence. I will try to make this my last couple of questions. My next question has to do with a brief description of any discussions that you had with RSU 71 or with the Waldo County Tech Center, if there were any thoughts about those as possibilities. And can someone please help me with the very first year that this bill was passed, please, or perhaps stated a different way, the number of years that the Ocean School has been in existence, please. Thank you.
I would like to start answering just on your second question, Representative Dodge. And I think Dr. Bragdon or Dr. Landon may need to fill in the gaps, but there's a difference for the Main Ocean School. When I started volunteering for the Main Ocean School, it existed in law, but hadn't been funded. So there's a difference in when was the school created in law, and then when was the school funded so it could actually start. I can't remember, and I can't remember what the difference is. I just know that when I was volunteering, when I lost election in 2016 to James Gilway, I called him and said, how can I help with this school? Because I learned a lot about it when I was knocking on doors. And we started working on summer programs and just community members trying to piece things together. But I can't remember what year it was actually passed into law and then what year it was funded, but there was a difference. So I just wanted to point that out before Kylie or Melissa answer.
So the first, I believe the law was originally passed in 2015, but the first year of operation, which I believe is in alignment with the funding, occurred in the 2018-2019 academic year. Now, speaking to your first question, Representative Dodge, there have been no current conversations with RSU 71 or the Waldo County Tech Center, as in our statute, the way it's currently written, it says that we must be in the town of Searsport. So we thought it probable to first pursue that entity as a possible option before looking at other geographical regions. And that is something that's been brought up in the past. I think there's been some interest in the Rockland area, the Portland area, but because of the immediate need and the potential industries that are emerging in the Searsport area, it would be beneficial to remain in that designated region.
Thank you very much.
So seeing no questions at this point, Representative Cuddy, I'm going to make an effort to try to summarize what I think you're proposing as an amendment. And then I'm going to ask Ms. Risler if it's close. But what I understand that you're proposing as amendment is that as of June of next year, 2023, the Ocean School would no longer exist as a magnet school. And that in that year period, it would very hopefully become a program within RSU 20, and that the funding that is currently provided for the Ocean School would remain the same in terms of the per pupil allocation, but that would go to the partner school, being RSU 20. That you would also look at providing virtual opportunities as appropriate and within the resources available through the program, that you would also be eligible and seek grant funding. There is, I understand, federal money for a program that the Department of Education is talking about that the school might be able to apply for and be part of as well. And then there would be language included that if there is something that statutorily needs to be addressed in terms of this relationship with RSU 20, the legislature or this committee would have the opportunity to address that next session.
Yes, so I was checking off the points on my notebook as you hit them, and I checked all of them. So I think you got what I was saying. And Ms. Whistler, I don't know if there's anything that I didn't get there.
So okay, so Ms. Risler, does that match up with your understanding of what's being proposed?
Yes, and so the committee has a sense, because you don't have it in front of you, of sort of the way this will be structured as a committee amendment, as a bill. It would make that statutory change to push that sunset clause back until 90 days after adjournment of the first regular session of the 131st legislature. And then it would provide unallocated language section that would essentially direct the Main Ocean School to transition to this new program. And I would probably use that same date. So they should make this transition to occur no later than 90 days after adjournment of the first regular session. As part of that transition, it would include that the Ocean School will need to make sure the program continues their educational experiences that are marine related as they currently do, that they'll figure out that the funding component, ensure virtual opportunities as well as their physical space, and ensure that they work for and are eligible to seek grant funding. And then I think the only piece that wasn't mentioned was that they would have the authority to make any of those necessary agreements with RSU 20 or another educational institution, sort of notwithstanding the fact that currently in law they're set up as an independent school.
Right. Right.
And then there would be a report back to the committee, basically on the progress, on the implementation of this transition and any agreements made with the committee authority to report out the bill. I understand that Representative Cuddy may try to put in a bill next session, so maybe that's not needed, but should it be needed, it would be available. And that legislation, and suggested legislation, which could address some of these issues in terms of what exactly needs to remain in a statutory structure for the school and what could go away now that they're part of another program.
Okay. All right. Thank you. And just as a final comment, I just want to thank Representative Cuddy, Dr. Bragdon, Dr. Landon for attempting to continue to work at this. And the recommendation about working with RSU 20, I think is one that has been fairly consistent from members of the individual members of this committee for the last 2 or 3 years, and that have been encouraging in terms of trying to find a local partner for the program. And I think people always thought that RSU 20 was a good first place to start for that partnership. So thank you for doing that work and for having those discussions. Senator Whitson.
Yes, thank you, sir. Is there anyone from the Department of Education available?
I don't believe so.
No? Okay, thank you.
Mr. Murphy, am I correct that there's somebody from the department here?
I believe we have JC Holmes.
Oh, okay.
Who is?
I believe we have JC and Megan Welter, but I'm not sure if they're here prepared to speak to this bill or not.
Unless someone just moved her, I believe JC Holmes is now no longer in the attendees list. However, we do have Megan Welter.
Okay. Senator Woodson, did you want to ask a question of her?
Yes, if I could. I hate to put her on the spot, but.
Well, I think she's getting used to it. So if Ms. Welter, if we could bring you on, and Senator Woodson, if you just introduce yourself, Ms. Welter, that'd be helpful.
Good morning. My name is Megan Welter. I'm the Director of Policy and Government Affairs, and I'm looking forward to being put on the spot. Hello.
Well, 5 minutes from now, we'll ask you if you still feel that way. But Senator Wisdom, would you like to ask a question?
Yeah, thank you so much, sir. I don't know how much time you've had, Ms. Welter, to look at this situation, but does, in your knowledge, does the Education Department have any concerns with this situation, the way it's been set up?
Are you talking about with the amendment that is being brought forward?
Yeah.
We were able to have a meeting with Representative Cuddy and with Dr. Bragdon and Dr. Landon recently, and we went through the amendment. And I think the biggest challenge is always trying to make sure that students are served equitably. And I think that their proposal to try to open things up to a remote option is the way that they're addressing the concerns about what is, kind of what could be a regional program, especially as it moves into into one of the high schools. Making sure that it still is accessible to the rest of the state, given that is where the funding comes from. So that was the extent of sort of our conversations with them that I'm prepared to speak to right now.
Okay, thank you very much.
Yeah.
And Ms. Welter, if you'd stay with us, I see that Representative Dodge has a question, and it may be for you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Yep.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yes, my question is now around funding. We have had, and perhaps Ms. Risler can help me not put my foot in it too deeply, but we had a bill recently where we were talking about funding in a double way or overlapping of funding for students who were attending one school and sending students to another school. And so are there clarifications that either Ms. Risler or perhaps Dr. Welter can answer around how we're not setting up a similar situation where there will be questions about why would funds from RSU 20, if the students are not paying tuition? Can you help me out of this quagmire, please? Thank you.
So I can probably provide the context for that question, which it came up during the CTE discussions on the town academies about the double funding. In terms of the intent, I don't think I could speak to that here, other than to say that certainly part of the development of this program and the relationship with RSU 20, if that is where the program lands, I imagine would involve some of those discussions and may be relevant to any necessary changes that need to happen once we know more what that looks like, but I can't speak to the intent.
Then a follow-up, if I may, Mr. Chair.
Yes.
Then perhaps if I can try to hone the question in a better way, how long will this entity of the Maine Ocean School receive charter school funding after melding into RSU 20, please, if at all? And if so, why? Thank you.
What I would say, and then I see that Dr. Landon also has her hand up. What I would say is that the current amendment that's being put forward provides that after 90 days after adjournment of the 131st legislature, that all powers and duties of this school would seek to exist. So unless there are additional statutory changes, at that time, the school would cease to exist and the funding which flows to that school could no longer occur. There would have to be an additional statutory change, whether that's changing the flow of funding to the new program or to RSU 20 or to whatever it is. But the way the statute is currently set up, that funding does flow to the school, and when that school no longer exists, that funding would not flow to the school.
And it would not flow to the district into which it is mixing.
The department could correct me up if I'm wrong, but there's no mechanism certainly in statute for that to occur.
Okay, thank you very much. I apologize for my muddiness.
I think this is one of those tricky parts of transition where you're transitioning to something that doesn't exist yet and you don't know the details yet, which is why those additional statutory changes will be necessary to finalize some of those details.
But just to interject at this point, the discussion over the next year would be how to make that transition to EPS and how that then gets incorporated into the local RSU. But obviously in the next year, in order to facilitate that transition, there needs to be the money to kind of follow the students at this particular point. Ms. Landon, did you have anything else that you want to add?
Yeah, I just want to echo, thank you so much for letting me address this. I just want to echo your concerns, Representative Dodge, about the funding. Superintendent of RSU 20 has also had a number of conversations with us, and through his relationship with the Department of Ed and Finance folks and our relationship with the Department of Education and other educational partners, we understand that it's our responsibility to find an appropriate funding model that allows the school to, or the program as it moves forward, to fund each individual student, to be able to fund a growing student population, and also not to be a financial burden to RSU 20, and also not to be a financial burden to the sending schools. So coming up with an appropriate new funding model is really an integral part of the work that we're going to be doing with RSU 20 for next year in proposing amendments to our statute.
Okay, so I see no hands raised at this point for additional questions. So here's, I think, where we're at. This was the first time that the committee had a chance to hear the amendments and all the of what's being proposed. And again, I want to thank Representative Cuddy and members of the Ocean School for the thought and the work that you've put in to do this. So we could, if somebody wanted to make a motion of ought to pass as amended, incorporating Representative Cuddy's amendment, and then we would ask Ms. Risler to draft the amendment, which we would then look at during language review. And if there was a problem or people felt uncomfortable with what has been drafted, we could then reconsider or stop at that point. The second approach would be to table the bill or table this issue today, ask Ms. Risler to draft the amendment, send that to everybody at the committee, and then we schedule another work session to take up the amendment. We kind of end up in the same place both times, but I kind of want to determine what the comfort level of the committee is in terms of moving forward at this particular point. I know it's hard to make decisions on things we don't have a written amendment in front of us. And at the same time, just as a chair, I'm trying to move things along because we got deadlines and we have the pressure of getting things done. So I don't want to feel that we're making a decision here that's hasty, but I also know that we've had any number of discussions and work sessions in regards to the Ocean School. And I do think that this is certainly, a proposal that warrants our consideration. So Senator Woodson.
Yes, thank you, sir. I am very conflicted on this bill. I don't know if I can take a vote, tell you the truth, with what I need to process this. So I'd like to table it myself, but that's just my own opinion. Thank you.
Okay. Well, that was the question I was asking, so thank you. I appreciate Representative Stearns.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm torn as well. I'm wholeheartedly in favor of the Ocean School in a magnet model. I think they've been faced. COVID hasn't helped at all. They've had a high lift from the beginning, and certainly in the last couple of years, it's been down near impossible. I get the feeling that this is I shouldn't say desperation, but it's a grasp, if you will, to take whatever avenue they can to keep this dream alive. And I'm just wondering if perhaps the thought is that this is a temporary landing point and that they will continue to work with all types of resources, perhaps new legislation to redevelop and reinvent the magnet model. So it's very complex, and the state of Maine, in my opinion, would be remiss if we do not offer a state-of-the-art, world-class ocean opportunity for individuals from the state of Maine, youngsters from the state of Maine. I hate to see this thing die. And I'm not sure if I framed that accurately or not. Maybe this is the way they wanted to go with that RSU. But anyway, it's going to take a little bit of. I'm not opposed to tabling it yet. I guess my favorite color is plaid, because at some point we have to act on the item.
Yeah, and I just to remind the committee, the bill that is before us, 1389. Has to do with either removing the sunset or extending the sunset. So the vote on the bill that is before us, if we voted to to no longer, have the sunset, which is initially what was proposed. If that were not to pass, then the Ocean School would cease to exist immediately. So I do think that Representative Cuddy and others are looking Representative Stearns as a way to navigate away from a discussion simply of whether or not we remove the sunset completely and they move forward, or we vote to close the school almost immediately. So this does seem to be kind of the middle road that they're proposing at this point. So I have Representative Sampson and then Representative Senator Woodson. Representative Sampson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just am agreeing that I think we should just table this.
Okay. Thank you. We're getting to a majority. Senator Woodson.
No, I failed to lower my hand. I'm sorry.
Okay. All right. Anybody else have, so the idea, if we did have a tabling motion, it would be to ask our analyst, Ms. Risler, to draft the amendment based on what Representative Cuddy is proposing, and that we schedule another work session to take up that amendment. Does that sound about right? Okay. Representative Dodge.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. That does sound about right. And my question is how soon will some sort of decision or forward motion be accomplished with the RSU 20 board, please? Thank you.
Yeah. Representative Cuddy, could you answer that, or?
I think Dr. Landon is better situated to answer that question.
Okay.
So Representative Dodge, as planned, if this motion passes, or if this bill for the extension for a year passes, we'll have a memorandum of understanding with RSU 20 to operate as a program. And in the time between the passing and December 2022, we will be working with RSU 20 to come up with recommendations for the model moving forward into the subsequent school year for the second year of the program. We are unable to, before the end of this legislative session, come up with an agreement with RSU 20 as to what a future program under their oversight with a new funding model will look like. It's going to take time and consultation with educators, education specialists, and others.
So at this point, you only have what would perhaps be referred to as a tentative agreement, or you don't even have a tentative agreement with them at this point, please?
We have a tentative agreement. It's not yet written down, but the superintendent is committed to working with us to develop the model partnership between the Ocean School program and RSU 20.
But I think it's fair to say, Dr. Linden, that quote, a final agreement will not be done prior to our acting on the bill.
Correct.
Okay. I think that was probably more to Representative Dodge's question. So, Senator Rafferty.
Yes, and I'm just trying to confirm the dates when we have to act on this bill by a week from tomorrow at the latest, correct? The 11th. So the work session should probably be scheduled for, I think it has to be scheduled for next week, does it not, Hillary?
No.
Sure, yeah, if I could help out in the conversation. Technically, the deadline to vote 100% of your bills is next Friday, March 11th. I have been working with Representative Cuddy on this amendment this week, and I can turn this the draft around quite quickly, probably get it actually out to everybody tomorrow. So certainly the committee may need time to digest that and think about that. But from the staff perspective, I think we can turn this around very quickly for you.
And there may be sometime next Tuesday, or even Wednesday after session, to take this up if it appears that we need to move on it more quickly. Okay.
Certainly, next Tuesday, we have a public hearing and we could certainly add it then if we need to.
Okay. So Senator Rafferty, do you want to make a motion?
I guess I would follow suit. I'll make a motion to table.
Is there a second? Representative Crockett has seconded the motion to table. Obviously, we can't debate a tabling motion. And I'll go with a show of hands. I don't think we need to call the roll. All those in favor of tabling? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. All right, I see everybody has raised their hand in favor of tabling. So the motion does prevail. And again, we will ask Ms. Rizzle to draft an amendment and schedule a time for a work session next week. And again, Representative Cuddy, thank you. Dr. Landon, Dr. Bragdon, thanks for being here. And I look forward to continuing to wrestle with this issue, and hopefully we'll have some resolve by next week.
Wonderful. Thank you. Have a good afternoon, everyone.
Thank you.
Take care.
I may, Representative Brennan and committee
Yeah.
members, I would just ask, given how closely the committee has been working with the sponsor and the Main Ocean School on this, if you are comfortable with me CCing those Representative Cuddy and the Main Ocean School.
Absolutely.
When I send out the draft agenda.
Yep, absolutely. All right, thank you. I'm now going to hand the gavel over to the good senator, and I'm going to officially close the work session on LD 1389, and we will now go to LD 1880.
Thank you, Representative Brennan. Before I move any further, Hillary, you have your hand up, or is that?
Nope.
That's okay. Thank you. So, excuse me. I will on LD 1880, which was an act to provide textbook cost assistance for high school students and the enrollment into early college courses.
The committee may remember that this bill was tabled at your last work session because you heard a lot about a stakeholder group that has been working on this issue, as well as a number of other issues related to funding and the early college program. I do believe the committee had hoped and asked the sponsor to work a little bit with that stakeholder group. They were hoping to submit a larger report, though I don't think they ever expected that it would be ready quite by now. But I think it will be helpful probably to check in, and I do see Sam Warren in the attendee list, to check in and see where we are with that work and give an update to the committee about where you may want to move forward with this particular bill.
Thank you for that.
I do see Becky Smith as well, and I'll wait to let Sam tell us who else we need to bring in.
Good morning, I'm Sam Warren, Director of Government Relations for the University of Maine System, and I'm here with Becky Smith, my counterpart from the Community College, and I believe Mercedes Poor from the Community College, as well as Amy Hubbard from the University of Maine System's Early College Program will be joining shortly if they're not already in the waiting room.
And it looks like Megan Welter from the department is here as well, if you would like her to be brought in.
So I'm seeing Samantha, I have Becky and Mercedes, what I got. And Representative Brennan, do you have a question?
Yeah, thank you, Senator Rafferty. And I'm assuming that other people got the email from Ms. Warren, but could you summarize the email for us where you talked about the preliminary findings of that task force that has been looking in total at the whole early college program?
Yeah, absolutely. As I shared with the sponsor of the bill and Representative Brennan, and I look to Hillary to maybe, I'm sorry, I look to Mercedes to provide a little more detail until Amy is able to join us. But as you heard in the testimony, in the conversation at the work session from the university and the community college, as well as the Department of Education, there has been a group that includes some esteemed members of this committee, as well as guidance counselors, representatives from both systems, main school districts, and the department, who have been working as part of a statewide project to think about how to improve equity within Maine's very successful early college program. Maine was chosen to receive national funding and support for this project because of the success and growth of our early college program, and because the program was designed with an equity lens and has delivered. We were sought to look at how we take that to the next step with both state and local policy. So there has been a group, I believe Senator Daughtry and Representative Stearns are the members of this committee who have been participating. And that group has put together some preliminary recommendations. And interestingly enough, while certainly the concern that some course costs, specifically books and materials, may be passed on to students was one of the many opportunities for improvement raised in the findings of this group. There were other larger concerns that I should say opportunities to address that the group came to, specifically around what you heard from the university and the community college systems last time we talked about this, and that is that the state funding for the program has simply not kept up with the explosion in demand. And so addressing that, the funding for access to the program was definitely seen by this group as a much more pressing need than the issues of books and materials. And so what this group has recommended, and unfortunately their report is not finalized, we can kind of share at a high level, and it looks like Amy Hubbard is now in the waiting room and can join as well. But essentially this group recommended exactly what the university and I think the community college recommended in our written testimony, and that was there needs to be a stakeholder group to look at the funding model much more broadly than just the book issue, and that additionally there may want to be an ongoing advisory group established at a state level to continue to kind of check and adjust and support early college programming at the local level. So I think that would continue to be the university's recommendation, that we kind of take a step back and really do a deep dive into the long-term needs to sustainably support this hugely successful program. Mercedes and Amy and Becky, I think, could add some detail to those recommendations as well.
Thank you very much. Is there anyone in particular who would like to address that?
Senator Rafferty, I will jump in. I am Mercedes Poor, and I'm the Director of College Access for the Maine Community College System. Sam is spot on in everything that she just said. This is a national researcher who came in, and their focus really was on equity. So that's what she is trying to pull out of what those stakeholders said. What she's not looking at, I will say this, and we had concerns about that, is all of the data around early college. So we'll be able to, and I think that it's actually a recommendation in the report, that there is a more formal group, a true task force that comes together to really not only look at the the program going backwards, but also say, where do we want this to go? And what are the parameters that we're going to make sure are in place so that this program, which is continuing to grow, goes in the direction we want it to for Maine. And in terms of that, and in terms of the textbook issue, I think where I pause on this particular issue right now is the fact that if we want that to have an equity layer, and I truly believe that Representative O'Neill has hit on something that is a concern for a small portion of students, that we do it in a way that we make sure that's targeted to those students specifically, who really need that help in order to access these programs as their other peers can. So I think that, and I'm not sure we have figured out how to make that happen, and if that is part of the existing language right now, and if so, if not, we have to make it so. So I'd pause there and let my colleagues jump in.
Thank you. I have a question from Senator Woodson.
Yeah, thank you, Joe. Mercedes, when you say a national resource came in, what natural resource? Can you name it?
Absolutely. And Dr. Amy Hubbard was actually instrumental in doing this. We actually applied for a grant with the DOE partners, and we didn't get that grant. But our application was so strong that the College in the High School Alliance, which is a group, a national advocacy group, which includes a number of different organizations, and NACEP, which is the National Association of Concurrent Enrollment Programs, actually teamed up with Complete College America. I'm throwing a lot of acronyms at you, which is a national organization, again, that we've actually worked with in the community college system in the past. They found the resources to actually fund an actual researcher to do this work. She has previously done this in Illinois and is actually doing it in some other New England states as well. Those partners are also bringing a forum on dual and concurrent enrollment to New England as part of this work this month.
So it's a wide range of issues that they're looking at, or are they looking just at textbooks?
No, the issue was truly equity of access to early college programs, textbooks being just one small facet of that. So textbooks arose, but they're really looking at who takes these courses, who has access to these courses, who do guidance school counselors seek out, where are these courses offered, those larger issues when we think about early college enrollment.
Okay, thank you. That helps me a lot.
Any other questions, folks? Representative Brennan.
I have two quick ones, maybe for Ms. Warren first. You indicated there's not enough money to fund. Are students now being turned away from being in the early college program because there's not enough state funding?
If I could, I'd like to invite Amy Hubbard and Mercedes to answer what's happening in terms of managing the existing pool of resources we have. Amy, could you weigh in?
Sure. So we meet regularly with our DOE liaison, and he informed us a month ago that we had almost spent the entire amount already, and we were, between fall and spring, and we were heading into summer. And so we were not sure if the DOE was going to be able to fund summer courses. And from an equity perspective, aside from the statute says only 10% of the funding can be allocated for summer. But from an equity lens, for some students, that's the only time that they can access those courses. So we reached out to our DOE partners and we said, how about we put summer as part of the FY23 school year? And that way we wouldn't have to turn kids away. Now, what we did was we basically just pushed the issue further on down the road because we're going to be in the same place next spring, but we wanted to buy time and not deny students. Otherwise, we would have had to deny students access. What we did last year when we were in a similar situation is we teamed up with the community college system and we agreed that we could offer students one course in the summer, and that was it. And we self-funded that one course. But we're at this point with our budgets that we couldn't do that again. So the choices were push off the issue, or have students not take summer courses. So that's where we are right now.
Okay. All right, thank you. And my second question, it sounds, this is just what I'm hearing, and tell me if I'm wrong, but that maybe what we should do is turn this bill into resolve, creating a stakeholders group or continuing the work of the stakeholders group to continue to have this discussion about both access and about textbooks and the program as well, and follow up on the work and discussions that have taken place at this point, and that there be recommendations back to us next session.
That
And
would
I-
really make sense, to have a comprehensive approach instead of a piecemeal approach, which is what has been happening. We appreciate the emergency measures that have been taken. We certainly appreciate the book bill recognizing that that's an issue, but we really need to look comprehensively with our partners, the community colleges and the DOE.
And I guess I could ask Ms. Walter this, just one final thought, but if we were to move in that direction with this advisory group, stakeholder group, would we ask DOE to form that and be the lead on that, or would that be something the university or community colleges would do?
I can't speak to that for certain, but my first instinct would say I think we'd want to collaborate, obviously with our partners at higher ed, but because it has been growing so extensively, and because there are a number of avenues for accessing early college, I do feel like the department is going to kind of be on the hook for paying for a lot of this. And so what we'll want to do is obviously have a somewhat of a leading role, but certainly we want to collaborate and be in partnership with the humane system.
Okay, thank you.
Representative Crockett.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. And Chair and Representative Brennan stole the thunder a little bit, which has been a consistent theme throughout the morning for our committee. We just a couple hours ago, we passed a bill unanimously to add early college course opportunities in our rural districts. And of course, we don't even have the money necessarily to support that. So adding on paying for textbooks just doesn't seem like it's a realistic option at this time. So the idea of a resolve sounds like a great idea.
Thank you very much. Folks, any other questions? Not seeing any. Representative Brennan?
No, I just wanted to second Representative Crockett's motion. So
Pardon me, but
if he wanted to make a motion, I'd be happy to second it.
There are no other questions, so I would entertain a motion, Representative Crockett, although I didn't take that first comment as one, but I would certainly entertain a motion at this time.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Chair. I know it wasn't intended that way yet. Exactly, just for clarity, are we making a motion on the bill in front of us to table until we can create a resolve?
No,
How does this work?
I think what we would need, and Hillary's going to correct me, but I'll take a stab at it, that we'd have to amend the bill to become a resolve. But I will divert to Hillary, and a question also following that to Representative Stearns.
Sure. I was just going to sort of walk the committee through what I have heard from committee members and Representative Brennan that may be included in this resolve and relevant to said amendment, if that would be helpful. But I would defer if Representative Stearns has something that he'd like to bring up before I do that or add to that.
Sure, I think it's important we get all the questions answered. Representative Stearns.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And thanks to our guests this morning for providing some good detail about the work that's currently being done. While I'm not opposed to a resolve, I question as to whether we need to have a resolve in this case, and I question it in a lot of cases. If the train is on the tracks, it's headed in the right direction, we've got a report coming forward, we have some very knowledgeable, powerful entities able to get together, latch onto a legislator to sponsor some future legislation. And I think this will appear early in the 131st, even without, if we were to do a simple ought not to pass, while respecting, certainly respecting the good representative for bringing this smaller budgetary piece or financial piece to light through this bill. So if we can do this without a resolve, let's do it. And I think this work's going to move forward.
Thank you. Hillary, you still have your hand up? Okay. I'm just going to ask Ms. Welter and perhaps Ms. Warren. Ultimately, will that group that you're working with give us the what the resolve essentially would be questioning? It sounds like you've at least looked at the book piece of it. Is there going to be more looking, or is it going to be refocused on finding the funds to continue the early college programs? Yes, Ms. Warren.
I would say I'm very conflicted as someone who often ends up, doing the work of these resolves as Becky, and I know Megan as well. We end up doing the work. I do think that the recommendations from this group were that another group meet. And I know that sounds very bureaucratic, but I think the people who were in the room for the equity conversation, some of those people need to be in the conversation for looking at the state statute and funding model, but it is a slightly different group. And so while the university is certainly committed to doing the work, regardless of whether there's a formal direction from the legislature or not, we do think there is value in the legislature making clear, and this committee in particular, that the statute and funding model needs to be updated to reflect the current state of the program and where we project it to grow into the future. And we do think that there is value in having that be enough formally directed so that it gets the attention and seriousness that it needs. This is a program that is currently enrolling more than 4,000 students just in the University of Maine system. I think the numbers are similar for the community college system, though some of those students are taking courses in both systems. I can say, as several members of this committee know, the Affordability Commission that will be issuing a report as soon as Becky and I have a chance to write it, will also be making recommendations around this exact same thing, that there needs to be a really serious look to modernize the early college statute. And one of the great things about having the direction come from the legislature is that it starts to elevate that conversation. And when we come back with recommendations, it seems that they're taken more seriously if they come through a formal process. So either way, the university is committed to doing the work, but I'd love to hear from the community college and DOE about how formal that process should be or not. But we certainly are very welcoming of a formal process.
Thank you very much. Representative Stearns.
Well, as usual, Ms. Warren has changed my mind. And I can see the value in that. So if we travel down that track, I have some points that I'd like to have included in that resolve that they would be required to look at and report back. One would be establishing a state standard for dual enrollment teachers. That seems to be all over the board. The second one would be providing navigational support for high schoolers that are looking to enter into early college. That again seems to be all over the place. Looking at whether or not public colleges accept dual enrollment credits and what the credit transfer piece is, what kind of loopholes are there or gaps, if you will. Looking at the 10% summer rule, which was alluded to earlier in this work session, that is causing some angst. Looking at the 6 credit per semester cap, I believe that is causing some angst for folks trying to deliver the program. And also taking a look at, in some cases, we've had freshmen actually taking some of these early college pieces, and in other areas of the state, we have seniors that have a hard time finding them. So looking at perhaps addressing whether or not what classes of high schoolers should be able to do that. So, and I have those, I can get those to Hillary if you want to include that kind of detail, but I think those are important. I think they would be addressed anyway, but it might be nice to put those in writing if we go with the resolve.
Thank you very much. Any other questions, folks, comments? Ms. Welter.
Thank you. I do just want to sort of piggyback what Samantha Warren said and say that even without a resolve, we will continue this work. It is a priority. And we're committed to doing that at the DOE. We know we have a lot of students who benefit tremendously, and the work that Mercedes Poor has begun to do around looking at pathways and making sure that we're thinking about all these pieces, and the whole team is done around really working and looking at who is served. We know there's a lot to learn, and we are actively working on it, and we'll do that, resolve or not. So thank you.
Thank you. Representative Crockett.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. If it's appropriate at this time, I will make a motion to, and obviously with Hillary's fine work, create a resolve on this bill to address all of the points that Representative Stearns identified, as well as a few others that we've discussed.
Books to be included.
Yep. Textbook. Right.
Representative Stearns, I'm sorry, sir. Thank you for that. Do I have a second?
I would second.
Thank you, Representative Stearns. And did you have a question as Hillary, I'm sure?
Yes, so I think I have a good sense of the intended amendment, which would, I believe, require the Department of Education to convene this stakeholder group and can include in their duties and not only everything that Representative Stearns just mentioned, as well as textbooks, but might also be helpful to reference that the work group would look at any of the recommendations that come out of that report that they're currently doing, and that would sort of encompass that universe. And we don't necessarily have that report with us today, but that could be an additional duty of the working group. My questions for the committee would be specifically on the report back date of when you want to see this next session, and in conjunction with that, whether or not the committee wants to add an emergency preamble to this bill to start the work sooner than later. It sounds like maybe it's not needed because everybody's ready to work anyway, but if the committee wants to add an emergency preamble, that would be my second question.
Relative to the emergency preamble, I'm going to seek some assistance from our more knowledgeable committee members on that. But I just want to commend you folks that are here today. I know I hesitate often to how much more can they take on, but as I look at you and you're requesting opportunities to do more, it just lends credence to the type of work that's being done by each of you. So thank you for what you're doing. Representative Crockett.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. Kind of want to lean into, Sam and Becky and the others with respect to the timing. As to far as what they think would be most appropriate. I know in past, sometimes we've had them do as early as, October 1st or November 1st, or do we want to wait until, January 1st? Didn't know if they had any feelings on that.
Not seeing anything or hearing even any mumbles on that one, but I think the first question is the emergency preamble. Can somebody help me out on that?
I would, of course, remind the committee that emergency preamble does require 2/3 for passage.
Thank you. Representative Stearns.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I don't see any harm in putting the emergency preamble on that. It's work that can be expedited. The worst that's going to happen is that will get voted down on the floor and put back in, if you will, or raised again with the emergency stipulation stripped. It certainly, I don't think it does any harm, and I'm not so sure it does a great amount of good, but it certainly wouldn't hurt. Regarding the report back date, of course, if you go after January, you're looking at the 131st legislature, which is probably where any kind of legislation is going to be taken up, as opposed to coming back in the late fall. It would be with this current committee getting a report back. So I think I would move to after January 1. I love kicking the can.
Thank you. Representative Brennan.
Thank you, Senator Rafferty. I concur with Representative Stearns, and also I think January, February of next year is a fine time for the report back. But I would also ask that Ms. Risler consult with Ms. Warren, Ms. Smith, Ms. Poor, and Ms. Welter and Ms. Hubbard on the composition of the group. So when we talk of stakeholders, we capture all the people that should be at the table. And I think for at this point that asking the DOE to convene a stakeholders group seems to be the most appropriate way to set the group up at this point.
Thank you.
And it could be the DOE in partnership with the university, the community college, and the other interested partners and parties.
So I'm going to go with a target date then, Hillary, thinking February 1st. January, we just kind of getting our feet on the floor. Representative Stearns.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I've had a request to caucus, corner caucus. So that can happen either now or after motion's made, but I wanted to let you know that.
Thank you. Let's try to solidify the motion, and it'll give us a little bit more to talk about.
Well,
I do think the motion has been made.
The motion has been made and seconded.
Do you want to review it though? Because we clear on it? Everyone, we're good? Okay, so we'll go corner caucus. Just reminder about your video and your mute yourself. Thank you.
Oops, there I am.
We all back?
Yep.
Sorry, I was struggling finding the link again. So thank you. So we're question, we have a motion in the form of an amendment. It was seconded, and any further questions? Seeing none. Okay, so I believe this is where my brain is at. I think we're ready to take a vote here relative to the amendment made by Representative Crockett, seconded by, I think it was Representative Brennan, if I remember right, but Eli will have to help me out there. All right. Eli, you ready to call a roll, sir?
I am, yes. It was a motion of ought to pass as amended on LD 1880. Motion by Representative Crockett, seconded by Representative Stearns.
Thank you.
On that motion, Senator Rafferty,
Yes, ought to pass as amended.
Senator Rafferty votes yes. Senator Daughtry. Senator Daughtry is absent. Senator Woodson.
Yes.
Senator Woodson votes yes. Representative Brennan.
Yes.
Representative Brennan votes yes. Representative Crockett.
Yes.
Representative Crockett votes yes. Representative Dodge.
Yay.
Representative Dodge votes yay. Representative Lyman.
No.
Representative Lyman votes no. Representative McCray.
Yes.
Representative McCray votes yes. Representative Millette. Representative Millette is absent. Representative Roach. Representative Roach is absent. Representative Salisbury.
Yes.
Representative Salisbury votes yes. Representative Sampson.
No.
Representative Sampson votes no. Representative Stearns.
Yes.
Representative Stearns votes yes. The motion has set, my apologies, 8 yes, 2 no, and 3 absent. So I believe with the 2/3, this motion does not carry. Is that correct?
No, the 2/3 only applies to the full legislature.
Right,
Okay,
right.
my apologies. So then at this point, this motion does carry.
So you need a minority report,
Yes,
not to pass.
thank you.
Thank you all. Moving along, we do have remaining 1962, 1989, and 270, I believe. And that said, that I'm going to pass the gavel to Representative Brennan. I'd like to move through, battle through 1962 for me personally, only in that I have a testimony or a commitment coming up here shortly in another committee. And
Good. Thank you, Senator Rafferty. And obviously, we'll close the work session on 1880, and we'll open the work session on LD 1962, Senators Rafferty's bill, high impact tutoring grants. And I would ask Ms. Risler if she would provide a bill analysis. I know that I think we all know that Senator Rafferty offered an amendment at the public hearing, and we could go through that amendment as well as any other changes since then.
All right, so I did actually pretty much base my bill analysis on the amended version that was presented at the public hearing, and there was one additional tweak that Senator Rafferty had asked me to mention as I went through my bill analysis here today. So I will do that as we go through as well. So this is LD 1962, which is an act to increase learning potential by providing high impact tutoring grants. As you know, at the public hearing, the sponsor proposed this amendment. And as amended, this bill establishes the Innovative Instruction and Tutoring Grant Program Fund within the department. The purpose of the fund would be to encourage the facilitation of innovative instruction programs, including high impact tutoring that addresses learning loss or unfinished learning through the use of project-based learning and other disciplinary approaches. The commissioner would administer the fund, and eligible local education providers, as defined, would be able to apply and receive funds. This bill defines that term as a school administrative unit, a school in the unorganized territory, a public charter school, or a school under Title 28, Part 4, Subpart 2, which includes the Maine School of Science and Math, the Ocean School, and the Career and Technical Education Centers and Regions. The bill directs the commissioner to establish eligibility standards and determine allowable uses of the grant money. To be eligible, the bill directs these local education providers to submit a plan that, to the extent practicable, includes the following parameters for their program. And if the parameters are not included, or these components are not included, the plan must address their omission. It must be provided for groups of students, must be provided for the same group of students for a minimum of 6 weeks, provides high quality trained staff, is aligned with the local education providers' academic standards using high quality content rich project-based curricula, incorporates relevant student experiences and background knowledge, is data driven with interim assessments to monitor student progress, and targets all students in a grade level or school. The commissioner is directed to prioritize these grants for plans serving students from low income households or underserved students to address the learning loss or unfinished learning due to extended gaps or interruptions in a student's education, and for plans that include partnerships with community-based programs. So this was the following the public hearing. Senator Rafferty had requested a little bit of clarification on this prioritization of grants for the committee to consider amending this to give priority to plans that are addressing educational disparities due to race or income. Last but not least, the bill, or the amended version of the bill, requires that grant recipients report to the department on their programs and requires the commissioner to issue guidance and best practices for the delivery of these programs. The amended version removes some of the following provisions from the original bill as it was presented. It removes that the fund is a non-lapsing fund. It removes the provision that the tutoring would have to be provided for groups of 4 or fewer students, that the program must be provided by the same tutor throughout the school year, that it be provided a minimum of 3 times a week, and it's provided during the school day in a manner that supplements and does not supplant regular academic instruction. It also removes a provision requiring the department to report biennially to the legislature, and that the department would not be required to adopt routine technical rules to implement the program. At the public hearing, proponents of the bill testified that although difficult to measure, schools have seen achievement losses among students as they went from in-person learning to remote learning in March of 2020. That households with lower income rates have showed a greater loss of learning, and that all students have struggled with no instruction over the summer. There was still some requests for clarification from proponents of the bill, including on the definition of the local education provider and on any requirements or certifications of community providers or partnerships, including on background checks. There was support for the amended version's flexibility in the size of groups, the length of time the students would participate in the program, and when the instruction will take place, and support for the focus on project-based learning and interdisciplinary instruction. There was no testimony in opposition. There was one person who testified neither for nor against. Some additional considerations, really the big one would be the funding question, and in their department, in their testimony, the department noted that it's unclear exactly how the grant program would be funded or what funds would be used. So some committee requests for additional information. One question was how this program differs from other programs, and is legislative approval required, or are there federal grant requirements that need to be satisfied? The department submitted some written testimony that indicates that the SAUs have set aside approximately $30 million from the various federal money that has come in recently for tutoring projects, and that the amended language will enable districts to apply for grant funds to carry out innovative programs, including but not limited to the high impact tutoring. There was a request for a little bit more discussion on why some of the original bill components, such as class size and the requirement that tutoring be continued through the academic year, were removed from the amended version. I noted for the preliminary fiscal impact, we don't actually have it, but it will likely depend on how the community wants to indicate the funding occur for the grant program. I would also just draw your attention to the department sent out a question and answer document this morning that provides some of the reasons as to the amendments that were provided based on the original bill. And I'm sure they are here to answer any additional questions or go through that with you if you would like them to.
Thank you, Ms. Risler. What happened to the question and answers? Did you send that to us?
Yes, I just got it and sent it to you this morning. I can send it right now so that you have it.
I was just reading it and I was going, oh, these are good answers to the questions, but it kind of went off screen and I was like, I'm not done reading the question.
Would you like me to pull it back up and actually read through it for the committee?
Well, I would appreciate it if you could do it fairly quickly, because
sure, I'll do it fairly quickly. It's not very long. I would ask the committee, though, of course, if you have questions on it, to defer those and ask them of the department, since it is their topic. So one of the questions was, why was the bill amended? The department answered that the original bill was restricted to just the high impact tutoring, and that while there's evidence that high impact tutoring is an evidence-based approach to accelerating student learning, it is not the only intervention that can yield student gains. And the changes in the bill will allow districts to explore other effective programs, strategies, or interventions, building upon and adopting approaches they might not have included in their federal emergency relief applications or already included in their local budgets. The SR 3 funding requires SAUs to set aside 20% of the total grant award to address learning loss using evidence-based practices. And they provided some money on here indicating that the initial examination of the applications that throughout the state districts have set aside more than $50 million for projects related to tutoring. The department, on the question of how the program will be funded, indicated that if the grant program is approved, it will be funded through the DOE's Education ARP reservation funds. There was a question on the size definition, and the department answered that once the bill was expanded to allow for other interventions in addition to high impact tutoring, the size of the groups will need to be changed to accommodate the different types of interventions. There was a question about change from the year-long intervention to the 6 weeks. And again, once the bill was expanded to allow for these other types of interventions, there was a need for greater flexibility in the implementation timeline. And they noted that providing interventions, a 6-week window is considered a minimal length of time for the intervention to yield measurable growth. Two more quick questions. One of the questions concerned not having guardrails. And the answer to that was that the intention of the amendment was to expand the grant opportunity beyond high impact tutoring, and the reporting requirements were in place for the grant recipients. And then why was the biennial reporting requirement eliminated? That the department plans to fund this grant program through the ARP reservation funds, and these funds must be expended by September of 2024. The provision for biennial reporting would be recommended if the program were funded through a non-lapsing fund.
Well, thank you very much. That was helpful. That answered quite a few of those questions. And you made it very clear that the amendment allows for high impact tutoring as well as additional programs. So it just expands the realm of possibilities. And it appears that there would be potentially federal funding to award the grants. So thank you, that was helpful. Any other questions from members of the committee for Ms. Risler? Seeing none, are there any, Senator Rafferty, would you like to say anything or comment on the amendment?
Now, as always, Hillary did a great job in terms of giving the information. And, you know, I think from the beginning, I'm not a bill writer, and but I do have some things that go through my mind. And sitting here as a committee member like you folks, we've heard a lot about the impacts of COVID and all these different things. And you know, I hear it every day from people I work with. My wife is still in school teaching part-time, and it's had an impact. So I was looking for an opportunity or a way that we could broaden and open as many opportunities to get kids caught up and help them recover. I mean, this is from the educational piece. We know there are many more pieces that we've been asked to help with. You know, the psychological, the emotional pieces, all that. But I mean, this is what I thought we could offer, and I just hope that it moves along. So thank you for the opportunity to speak with you all today.
Thank you, Senator. Representative Stearns, you had a question.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. And I apologize, but I was pulled away briefly on another matter and didn't hear Hillary's overview. So I have a question for Senator Rafferty or anyone who can answer it. And that is, I believe the amendment was changed so that this would access federal funds.
It will be funded through the DOE's education, the ARPA, the reservation funds, yes.
Okay, thank you very much. Yeah.
And I would be remiss if I didn't thank Megan Welter. She was a big help as well. So helped me get this thing pulled together.
Okay. Any other questions from members of the committee? I see Senator Woodson. Senator, I thought Representative Dodge, but Senator Woodson, you had a question.
Are you ready for a motion?
Yes, I am.
Okay. I make a motion to pass as amended.
I would second that motion, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Senator Woodson. So it's been moved by Senator Woodson, ought to pass as amended on LD 1962, and it was seconded by Representative Dodge. Are there any additional questions, comments at this point? Seeing none, I'd ask Mr. Murphy if he would read, call the roll.
On a motion of ought to pass as amended on LD 1962, excuse me, Senator Rafferty.
Yes.
Senator Rafferty votes yes. Senator Daughtry. Senator Daughtry is absent. Senator Woodson.
Yes.
Senator Woodson votes yes. Representative Brennan.
Yes.
Representative Brennan votes yes. Representative Crockett.
Yes.
Representative Crockett votes yes. Representative Dodge.
Yay.
Representative Dodge votes yay. Representative Lyman.
Yes.
Representative Lyman votes yes. Representative McCray.
Yes.
Representative McCray votes yes. Representative Millette. Representative Millette is absent. Representative Roach. Representative Roach is absent. Representative Salisbury.
Yes.
Representative Salisbury votes yes. Representative Sampson.
Yes.
Representative Sampson votes yes. Representative Stearns. Representative Stearns,
Yes.
I believe you're.
Yes,
Thank you.
attempting to unmute myself.
With 10 yeses, the motion carries.
Thank you very much, Senator Rafferty. Thank you for bringing the bill to the committee. And Ms. Risler, thank you very much for your work, as well as Ms. Welter and the department working on the amendment. Thanks to members of the committee for the support. So at this point, I will close the public hearing on the work session on LD 1962. And I guess I would turn to Senator Rafferty. We have two bills left, 1989 and 270. and it's also 10 minutes to 1. So we could go ahead and try to do both the bills, or if you thought a break was appropriate, we could do that.
I personally think a break is appropriate. I know that when you come back from break, I probably won't be with you, as I am going to testify shortly, I believe shortly, in another committee that's beginning at 1. They have a hearing, so.
Okay.
But
So what if we said we come back at 1:15 and we will take up 1989 and then 270? Or I'm sorry, Hillary, is the 270 scheduled before 1989?
We had scheduled 1989 and then 270 last.
Okay, so let's do 1989 when we come back. And then we'll do 270 and we will be done for the afternoon because we don't have language review or anything else, right?
I do have some brief language review, but what I could do, if the committee would prefer, I could email it out to everyone and just ask that you let me know, by Monday morning if there are any questions or concerns.
Well, let's see how well we do with these 2 bills, and if we get through fairly quickly, then we could do that. Okay, and Senator Rafferty, hopefully we'll see you back, and Representative Dodge, you also might be. Okay, all right.
Thank you.
So we'll start at 1:15. Thank you.
Eli, do you need? Whoops. Go ahead, Jen.
Thank you, Dave. Representative McCray. Mr. Chair, will this affect our quorum? If Senator Rafferty, okay, thank you.
No, we should be okay.
Okay. Eli, do you need me for a vote or anything?
I believe you are all set.
Okay. If you find that you're not, let me know. Thank you.
Sure, thank you.
Yeah, bye-bye.
Good afternoon. Sorry, he'll move things along more quickly this afternoon. So how many do we have? Okay. Let me see, we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Okay, so, and we have Senator Whitson, which is good, which gives us a senator, so we can start. Does anybody have any questions before we get started? We're going to start on 1989, and then we're going to go to 270. And Ms. Risler and I, again, Hillary and I just had a discussion, and we'll have Amy Johnson from MEPRI, who will be there to explain the racial impact study that is part of 270, because she won't be doing that part. And then I guess we have some additional testimony on 1989 that we might have to address. So any questions before we get started? Nope. Okay, so are we still live, Eli? Okay, so I don't need to tell you to take us live. We're already there. Okay. Good afternoon. My name is Michael Brennan, and I'm the House Chair of the Joint Standing Committee on Education and Cultural Affairs. We did committee introductions this morning. We are returning from a brief break from our morning work sessions. And what we will now do is go into work session on LD 1989. And I will ask our analyst, Ms. Risler, if she would do the summary of the bill for us.
Good afternoon, and let me just pull it up. All right. So this is LD 1989, which is an act to authorize school administrative district number 6 to lease a former administrative building for a term of not more than 20 years. This bill is a private and special law only applying to SAD 6 and does authorize the board of directors to lease the former administrative building to a historical society for a term of not more than 20 years, notwithstanding Title 20A, Section 4103, subsection 2. I excerpted here, although the full statute can be found at the link provided, specifically the section that has to do with disposal or other use of real property closed for school purposes. And as you can see under subsection 2, it provides that a school board may lease the building for its fair rental value if there's a reasonable likelihood that the building will be needed again for educational purposes, and that leases not to exceed 4 years may be entered and may be renewed at the end of any lease period if the school board determines that there is still a reasonable likelihood that the building will be needed again for educational purposes. So it's this 4-year statutory requirement, I believe, that is the intent of the bill to notwithstand. I didn't do a summary of public hearing testimony because we did just have the public hearing yesterday, and it was very brief, although I would comment that you did receive some additional written testimony this morning through the portal that I do believe was in opposition to the bill. I mentioned yesterday that I would sort of piecemeal include the various amendments that were being suggested on the bill. The first suggested amendment is that the address of the property at issue should be amended to be 100 Main Street in Buxton rather than 94 Main Street in Buxton. The second potential amendment, and this was something that was raised in some discussions the sponsor had with the Department of Education school finance team and Attorney General's office. The bill currently provides that the school administrative district number 6 may lease. There was a suggestion to match that name to the certificate of organization, which would technically be regional school unit 6 doing business as school administrative district 6. It's not necessary as an amendment, but if you're going to be amending for any of the other provisions, it seems like it might be a good idea just to be very specific. And then the additional potential language was raised and suggested by Representative Stearns at the public hearing, which would be to add some language at the end to address the termination of the contract, which would provide that so long that they may do this lease, so long as the lease provides that either party may terminate the lease by giving written notice of its termination of the lease to the other party, and that upon such notice, the lease must terminate on the date specified in the lease. I had forwarded some information I received from Representative Carlo late yesterday regarding the insurance information. I'm sure he could talk to that more. As well, I would note that I had asked Representative Carlo for a copy of the lease. So the language that I have drafted on the termination piece is sort of mirroring that language that is in the current lease so that it doesn't create a new conflict. So that is all I have for you at this point on 1989.
Okay. Thank you, Ms. Risler. Are there any questions from members of the committee? Seeing none at this point. Is Representative Carlo with us?
It looks like he is. I would also note that I did forward, as he is joining, an email I received from Representative Carlo this morning, providing a clarification on one piece of his testimony from yesterday. And I don't know if anyone has had a chance to read that yet, but I can touch on that, or I'm sure Representative Carlo can as well, if you would like him to.
Okay. Good afternoon, Representative Carlo. Good to see you again. Got twice in a week, and that it's good for us, hopefully for you. Before, just to proceed with this as order as we can, you saw Ms. Risler's analysis and the amendments that she was proposing, or not she the proposing, but that she was identifying that had been brought up by members of the committee?
I did see them, and I'm in support of those amendments.
You are. Okay, great. So then the second question, we did get some testimony, and unfortunately I haven't had a chance to read it, but I think other people on the committee maybe have had a chance to read it, from somebody who's on the school board that spoke in opposition to the bill. And I guess I was under the impression on Monday, since we did have the chair of the school board there, that there was support from the school board. So can you kind of clarify the testimony that we just received, or put it in context, or help us understand what might be occurring?
Thank you, Representative, and I'd be happy to touch on that. And if members have any additional questions afterwards, and I'd be happy to take those questions too. I've just now read the testimony that was submitted. I haven't read it in detail because the committee just came back into session, and just the timing of that didn't work so well. But I did see a few points that Ms. Anderson has made. And first, I just contextualize this, that Ms. Anderson and I serve together on the Bonnie Eagle School Board. In addition to me serving in the state legislature, I'm also the vice chairman of the board for the school district.
Okay.
She stated that the board was not made aware of this legislation, which is not the case. I had communicated with the finance committee, and she indicated actually in her testimony that she was at that meeting when I informed that I was going to be submitting this bill. And we talked with our attorneys, and we talked with our administration as well about how we wanted to approach this legislatively. And I indicated that I would be willing to submit this legislation, which I did. I had been in close contact with the Honorable Don Marian, who is my predecessor in the Maine House. You might have served with him. And he's the chairman of the Finance Committee, and he has supported this legislation. I was also coordinating with the vice chairman of the Finance Committee, and he is supporting the legislation. So I don't know why she said that members weren't informed, because members were informed about the bill. She also said in the testimony at the bottom of the first page that it wasn't accurate that the building had been offered up to the town. We did offer up the building to the town, so I'm not sure where she's getting her information from, but that is the process that we went through before the lease was entered into with the Historical Society. If we didn't do that, if the Historical Society didn't express interest in leasing out the property with the district, then we would have demolished the building. That's what would have happened. On the last page, in the second paragraph, she mentioned that she mentioned that she thinks that the district should be receiving fair market value for the rental property, and I think that's her position. We currently charge them $1 a month, $12 a year to use this property, and I think that it's a pretty good bargain because of all the work that they've done to the property. I would encourage members to go on to the Buxton Hollis Historical Society website to look at all the work that they've done. It's really impressive, the renovations that they've done. Every time I go back, it seems that it just keeps getting better and better. So it's really impressive work that's going on there. Lastly, she mentioned, and she's right, I did misspeak in my testimony yesterday morning about the process that was used by the district to renew the leases. I wanted to clarify that right away, which is why I sent Hillary a clarification to send out to members. The board did not vote to renew, so I did misspeak, and I just wanted to clarify that point. But they are model tenants. I'd be happy to see them stick around for a while. It seems that there are others who on the board who would like to see that happen too, because it's beneficial for the entire community. Like I said, I didn't have time to read the testimony in detail, but I would be happy to answer any more questions if members have any. And I don't know if the superintendent is on the call either. He said he was available at 9:30 when the meeting began, but I don't know if he's available now.
Mr. Murphy, is Superintendent Penna with us?
He is not currently on the call.
Okay.
I did send him the link to join this morning early.
Okay, thank you. Well, clearly, Representative Carlo, this is it's a little bit of a difficult situation for us in that we heard the testimony and the comments that were made earlier this week during the public hearing. I did have a chance while you were speaking to go through the testimony that was submitted by the school board member, and she raises a number of different issues, Ms. Anderson. But I do have, maybe if I could ask one quick question of Ms. Risler and then go to Senator Woodson, Representative Stearns, and Representative Sampson. But Ms. Risler, is there anything in this bill that it makes decision-making mandatory, or is it more that the bill is permissive in the sense that it allows the school district and the historical society to, if they choose to, enter into some contractual arrangement above and beyond what they're doing now?
As currently drafted, it provides that SAD 6 may lease the former administrative building, so it is permissive language.
So if we were to pass it, it would still be the prerogative of the local school district and the historical society to come to some agreement. It doesn't
I believe,
mandate, right?
I would assume so, yes. It does not specify what would be required in the lease, other than, of course, if you do amend it to require it to include that termination provision.
Okay. All right. Well, thank you. Now if we go to Senator Woodson, then Representative Stearns and Sampson. We'll start with Senator Woodson.
Thank you very much. I'll defer to Representative Sampson and Stearns, please.
Okay. Representative Stearns.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And thank you, Representative Carlo, for being with us. All kinds of red flags and antenna are coming up. I don't, for 1 minute, question the good intent of the legislation to continue this partnership with the Historical Society. But a couple of pieces. In my questioning during the testimony, I asked whether or not it would be a good idea for the voters of the district to actually approve that, which is a fairly high bar. But I was pretty surprised to hear that the voters of the representatives on the school board had not voted on this piece. And that to me is not actually that high a bar. So I'm wondering if we don't have the cart before the horse a little bit. It's hard to represent the board of directors if the board of directors haven't voted on this particular item. Another piece I would point out that raised a red flag with me, and that is I referred to the 4-year piece that was in statute, and it was there, in my opinion, for a reason that powers that be before us had determined that probably school administrative units should not get into the real estate business. And but now I look at the language just prior to that, and a predicator to even the 4-year lease is that this building can there's a reasonable likelihood that it's going to be used again as a school facility or for school unit purposes. And it's not clear to me that's in the long range plan. So both those items raise some red flags to me. And I think, thinking out loud, I would encourage the board to work with council to develop a way to resolve this issue in the best way that's going to satisfy all parties. And perhaps the legislature might not need to get involved in that.
Thank you, Representative Stearns. Representative Carlo, did you want to respond to Representative Stearns' comments?
I'd be happy to just provide some more information. It's kind of a tricky situation for me because I'm here as a legislator. I'm not necessarily here as a school board member. I'm here representing both the Historical Society and my friends and colleagues on the school board. I would just note that the previous superintendent, it was under his administration that this lease began. And in conversations that we've had over the years, the current superintendent has tried to implement a process by which the lease agreement would be approved by the school board. So that is the source of my confusion yesterday when I said that it had the support of the board. And I believe it does have the support of the board, though there's no official vote on record of that, just informal conversations because I work with them every month. That we're trying to transition into that process. So the Finance Facilities Committee is still very much working on a facility plan for the district. We just finished our strategic plan. Now we're working on a facilities audit. This particular building at 100 Main Street was never used. Well, it was never used as a educational facility. Not in this century anyway. It was built in 1912 as an elementary school in Bar Mills, but it has not been used in this century as an educational facility. And it can't be used as an educational facility because it doesn't meet the safety standards required for such use. So I can say confidently that it will not be used for educational space. And the bill title says it was an office building at the time that we departed from the building. And the only thing, I would just echo what was mentioned at the top of the conversation, which is that passage of this bill doesn't bind the district or the Historical Society in any way. It just provides an option for the school system and the Historical Society as we try to find ways to address the issues that was presented yesterday in my testimony and the superintendent's testimony and the chairperson of the board's testimony.
Thank you, Representative. We'll now move to Representative Sampson. You had a question, and then Representative McCray.
Mr. Chair, and Representative Carlo, thanks for being here. So I too, like Representative Stearns, this letter causes me some angst that, here's a local control issue and we're getting dragged into something. And I am concerned that we're putting the cart before the horse. And there's a few things here. There obviously seems to be some efforts already underway in your district with the Finance Committee, who supposedly unanimously have requested Drummond and Woodson to proceed with drafting a lease that would help the board, navigate this lease piece. And to me, that should be done first. And you mentioned the facilities audit. Why wouldn't that be done first? We have some things that appear in this letter that there's efforts already in motion, and this piece of legislation seems like it's just a little premature. My thinking is go through, turn over every stone it was over 10 years ago, it appears, that this building was offered to the town. Where has it been done recently? Things could be changing, dynamics could be changing. The real estate market is changing. That has not been done recently, according to this letter. And I think it would be worth exploring those things. But I would say if Drummond and Woodson's already working with you all on this, why come here before you actually get the results? And why come here before you get a facilities audit? And I seem to recall that the district is going to be investing in a brand new building, costing hundreds of thousands of dollars. There's just a lot of things going on here, Representative, that I just don't see how this piece of legislation is here before us in a timely manner. And I would suggest that maybe we wait and fix all those, put all those dominoes in place and see what works, what doesn't work. And then if this should be your last option, is in my opinion, not your first option. So those are my thoughts. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Sampson. Representative Carlo, before you respond, if I could just let Representative McCray ask his question, and then maybe we could have all the questions at once. So Representative McCray.
Yes, this seems to be getting more interesting the deeper we go. However, it seems to me, albeit I would be more comfortable if we had all of these questions all answered before it ever came to us. But it seems to me that what is before us, number one, I have a question. The 4 years, is that in statute somewhere, or was that just a factor in the first lease? Representative, can you tell me?
So
thank you, Representative.
Yeah, Representative Carlo, if you could respond to Representative McCray and Representative Sampson, that'd be great.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you to both Representative Sampson and Representative McCray for the question. I'll take the questions in order of quickness and ease and simpleness. The answer to Representative McCray's question is that it is a statutory requirement. The 4-year is a statutory requirement, and the school district has and will continue to follow the law. Does that cover, before I proceed, does that cover?
Well, you can dispose of me easily if I can have a brief follow-up. So it appears to me that the purpose of this is to change that particular statute to make it possible for your school board and the Historical Society to arrange an acceptable lease for up to and including 20 years and anything in between. And the school board would still have veto power over anything that is proposed to them by council. Is that fairly accurate?
I would say that's mostly accurate, Representative. The only thing that I would add is that this law does not change the statute. It does not amend Title 20-A, it just grants an exception notwithstanding that law. So it doesn't alter the statute for any other school district.
Okay, thank you.
But the rest of your statement was accurate.
Okay, I'm good. I like to be accurate once in a while.
And Representative Sampson, did you want to ask another question before Representative Carlo responded to your first set of questions?
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. I'd jump in here. So my question to you as well is, with all of this going on, has there been a public hearing in your district on this issue? Because there seem to be a lot of tentacles attached to this. And I think that would be valuable to understand. Thanks.
Thank you, Representative, for the question. Mr. Chair, can I proceed?
Absolutely, yes.
So I've written down some of your questions. If I don't get to them all, just please remind me and I'd be happy to add more information. The first thing that I would say is that this is our first option because the Historical Society does not have time. They need to have the opportunity to apply for and receive this money. Otherwise, the events that I indicated in my testimony yesterday will transpire. Their efforts are going to stall. And that would just not be a good situation after many years that they've put into restoring this building and using it to promote and preserve the local history. And they've done tremendous work with that respect. The other thing I'd add is that the Finance Committee did vote, and I actually voted in favor of this motion, was to have Drummond Woods some draft a lease that would try to circumnavigate the requirements of the statute. And what Drummond Woodson was asked to put forward, Representative, was a mechanism where the lease would automatically renew every 4 years and have it so the language would be, and after the expiration of this date, it's automatically renewed for another 4 years, and so on and so forth, just following that 4-year timeline. So the intent of this bill is to not have to, be sneaky about it, but to be honest and say, we've been granted this exception for good cause, and proceeding in that way. With respect to the facilities audit, the building cannot be used for educational purposes, and it would not be used ever again by the school system for classrooms. And you mentioned that there was going to be a brand new building. We are trying to find ways to consolidate. That's in our strategic plan. That's what the board has said that we need to be focusing on in the years ahead. But there are no plans at this point of building a new facility. So I don't know who has said that, but there are no plans at this point for a new elementary school. And there's been no public hearing about the lease with the Historical Society. There has been no complaint as far as I'm aware. This is the first time I'm hearing somebody being opposed to them being in that space, because in our community, they do tremendous work. They're well known and well respected. And there's not been, if there was sufficient input in wanting there to be a public hearing, I'm putting on my school board hat right now. I would think that would be something that we could do, but there's just not been that interest. So we've not conducted one at this point.
Representative Sampson, you had a follow-up question?
Yes, sir. Thank you. So I'm not sure why a school board or a school administrative unit should be overly concerned. And I'm not dismissing, I think historical societies are wonderful, just for the record. And I'm not dismissing that, but the two are tangled together right now. And I don't understand why a school administrative unit would be overly concerned with the timeline of the historical society's grant options. There are grants, there will be more grants, and I would think it would be more prudent and represent the public of that district to allow for a public hearing and to allow them to weigh in on this and to do a forensic, audit or facilities audit. Because maybe it could be used for office spaces. You're saying it's not going to be used for classroom spaces. And you mentioned this elementary school. I was just aware there was a building that was under consideration. So there's a lot of things, a lot of moving pieces here, Representative, that seem that really the people of the Bonnie Eagle School District should have a chance to weigh in on this for the sake of accountability and integrity. It's honorable to be concerned for the grant timeline. However, you also answer to an entire public that should be allowed to weigh in on all of this. These are big issues that are a local issue. That's really my complaint on
it. Thank you, Representative Sampson. We now have Representative Stearns.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. One of the really important complications in this is how these buildings are so close together and on the same piece of real estate, if you will. That adds a whole new dimension. I don't believe, I can't recall the language, and I wonder if Hillary has it in the statute. I don't think it had to be used. I wasn't referring to classroom space. Pretty obvious that this could never be used there. And but the reasonable likelihood to be used for purposes by the district, I think, is somehow how it was worded. And there's probably a good workaround there. A fancy wordsmith could incorporate this in the social studies curriculum of the students of the historical curriculum piece and say it's of great value to the district, therefore we have to support it. I get that piece, I think. So it is a complex matter. The timeliness piece, I don't know, not my worry. I don't think. I really wish that there had been a vote at the board level, and coming forward, it would have been, 9-3 or 8-2 or whatever the vote might have been, or unanimous. But that would have been real helpful moving forward. I don't know. I guess I'm just talking out loud here, but.
Okay. Ms. Rizzler, I saw that your hand was up. Did you have something to add at this point?
I was just going to note the statutory language is educational purposes.
Okay. All right. Other questions, either for Ms. Rizzler or for Representative Carlo at this point? Okay. So Representative Sampson.
Sorry, Mr. Chair. I need to just share this text that I received. Former Representative Don Marian is the chair of the Finance Committee. And he basically is just saying a common courtesy and a heads up to the Finance Committee about the bill's language and the date of the public hearings should have happened. So that is a comment that I was asked to share for whatever it's worth. They're not all in agreement, and I think that should give this committee some pause. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Sampson. And Representative Salisbury, do you have a question? Your hand is.
I know, I don't have a question. I was going to offer a motion whenever we were ready.
Well, I want to just explore a couple of other things at this point before we have a motion. Because again, this kind of is an unusual situation for us to have had the public hearing, to hear that everybody's in support, and then kind of be in a situation where there's some contradictory information. So one thing we can do is table the bill and ask Representative Carlo if there's an opportunity for the school board as well as the local town council to vote, or to have a public discussion and vote. That would obviously have to be done very quickly, and then we'd have to hear back fairly quickly, but we do have 2 or 3 weeks, and if we had this set up to work on it at some point, we could. So that's one. I'm just saying that's one potential option. The other option is that we could pass the bill, because as Ms. Rizzler pointed out earlier, it is permissive language. It doesn't require or mandate anybody to do anything. So it allows Representative Carlo and the local school board to have that as an option as they move forward. Recognizing, I think Representative Sampson's made a lot of good points, and Representative Stearns has made a lot of good points, as well. The third option would be that we ought not to pass on the bill, and say, that maybe this is premature and that all the quote interested parties and stakeholders have not been consulted in a way that looks like everybody's on board. So I guess, the last option is the most dramatic. The second one, I don't get a sense at this point that anybody's prepared to pass the bill. I shouldn't say anybody. It doesn't look like we have a consensus or of people to pass a bill. And then the question would be, if we did table the bill, are there things that this committee would ask Representative Carlo to do that he could accomplish in the next couple of weeks that would provide a higher degree of confidence that we were doing the right thing? So Representative Salisbury, not to make a motion, but if you had any thoughts about those three options, what would you say?
Well, my initial opinion was the third dramatic option, and in no deference to, the rest of the committee, I'm very concerned, hearing these different things that I feel like I understand why the Historical Society is in a time crunch to get some things done. I'm concerned that we're moving forward with making proposals about items that haven't been approved by the local, the community, and the stakeholders in this. And I'm concerned about doing that. We're not the people that are there in dealing with this right now and going forward. So I am definitely concerned for that. And I'm concerned about tabling the bill because of the time frame. Having experience on a school committee and knowing how long that might take to get that sort of consensus building and in Drummond and Woodsum and whatever else might need to happen, I'm concerned that time frame is not doable to get it back to us. So I think there's some merit somewhere in this bill going forward, but I think that we're not at that place yet.
Okay. I was just trying to think of a way to allow Representative Carlo to try to regroup and touch base with the stakeholders and potentially come back and again provide some assurance to the committee that what's being put forward does have, appropriate support. And again, I don't know if that can happen or not. But thank you for your comments, and I'm going to go. I'm going to go to Representative Stearns and then Representative McCray, and then allow Representative Carlo to kind of weigh in after that. So Representative Stearns.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you as well for thinking out loud for us on various options and pathways we might want to take with this piece of legislation. I would be very much more comfortable if the RSU 6 or SAU 6 or SAD 6 school board would have an emergency meeting, call a meeting, and with a particular item on there to authorize the superintendent of schools to reach out to local legislators to submit legislation in order to get this done. That would be a solidifying piece for me. And then at that point, the permissiveness in the language would then allow people to go forward and get done what they need to be done. But I think that was a critical step, in my opinion, that is missing from the process. And I do think there's time to do it. Not a lot of time.
Thank you, Representative Stearns. Representative McCray.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm sort of in agreement with Representative Stearns. I have a question of Representative Carlo. Do you have a school board meeting scheduled in the next couple of weeks as just a standard deal, a scheduled one?
May I answer the question, Mr. Chair?
So, yes, Representative, you can respond.
Thank you, Representative McCray. Yes, we do, and I'm confident that we could put that on an agenda and report back within a week or so.
My comment would be to the group, to the committee, is that if that's the case, if it's already scheduled, this could be put on as an agenda item, and we could get that vote. And I think that would allow the permissiveness of this bill to go forward, and we should be able to have confidence in what we have allowed. But I'd be a lot more comfortable if the school board, the entire school board, approved this or didn't. Either way.
Right.
So that's if that's the case, I guess I'd be in favor of tabling.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Representative McCray. Representative Carlo, did you want to respond more, or your hand still raised? I didn't know if you had anything else you wanted to say.
Yes, I would just like to just say a couple things before we move on to the next, or before you move on to the next item on your agenda. I would express, as both a legislator overseeing public policy in the entire state and as a local school board member, I would express support for including an amendment in the bill that would require a public hearing before going into the before entering into a lease longer than the 4-year period authorized in existing statutes. So that's a good suggestion. I appreciate. I think it was Representative Stearns who raised that point. I appreciate that suggestion and would consider that a very friendly and helpful suggestion, just as a good public policy measure. And like I just said to Representative McCray, I would add that it is very doable for the board to schedule, it wouldn't be in an emergency meeting probably, to schedule a vote to consider whether or not the board would want to be supportive of this legislation. And I could report back to, as directed by the committee, to report back to an identified person, the chair or Hillary, whoever, to announce or inform you of the result of that vote.
All right, thank you, Representative Carlo. Any other thoughts from members of the committee? And I guess I don't want to put anybody on the spot, but Representative Salisbury, if in fact they were able to get a vote, would that be helpful for you?
Oh, sure. I think it would be helpful if we knew that the school board was a part of the process and had met to discuss. Absolutely.
Okay. And Representative Sampson, I know you had a number of different concerns, so would it be helpful to have that vote, or?
Well, I still think we've put the cart before the horse. I think they need to go back and do this right and not be cutting corners. I guess I would land on the hard number 3.
Okay. Yeah, and the only reason I'm thinking about this, I think we all understand how difficult it is to get legislation in, to move it through the process. And if we take this option, if we vote on not to pass, take this option off the table, that means there's nothing that's probably going to happen in another year and a half legislatively. And so I don't want to preclude any options or prevent some opportunities from happening. My inclination at this point would be to table the bill and give Representative Carlo a chance to go back and regroup. And 2 weeks from now, if he's able to come to us and say, here's what the vote was, here's what the discussion was, that might influence what ultimately we decide to do with the bill. So I see Representative Dodge, you had your hand up and you haven't asked a question yet, so let's go to you.
Thank you so much for your kindness, Mr. Chair. 3 or 4 points. Number 1, the language is permissive. Number 2, we are the Education and Cultural Affairs Committee, which to me also bears a bit of weight in this particular situation. The fact that we also know that the property is so small that dividing the property and resale is not a viable option. And so destruction of a historical site and the negating of the massive work that it sounds like has happened over the years, demonstrated by the commitment of the folks who have done the work, I don't think we should undermine that. There was a 4th point, but that has escaped me. But I am in favor of tabling the bill for now in hopes that Representative Carlo will come back with some good information for us and we'll be able to pass it for those reasons. Thank you.
Thank you. So I have Representative McCray and Representative Sampson.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm prepared to make a motion whenever you're ready.
Okay. Representative Sampson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just for the record, in the attachment, Representative Dodge is at the bottom of the letter. And I took the time to look at the National Registry in York County. Yeah. This building is not on that list, just for the record. So that was misinformation. I think, you know, if they can get their ducks in a line and do this in a democratic process, the democratic process should have started at the school board level. And that's what has me a little bit troubled. So I would say tabling, I'll go along with tabling, but they've got to go back and do this right. And I don't know why a facilities audit isn't on that table. That should be part of this consideration going forward, Representative Carlo.
Well, thank you, Representative Sampson. You know, I think many of us share your concern. And I think you're right. It should have started at the local school board. Representative Salisbury, who is a school board member, pointed that out. And I just think we ought to give Representative Carlo a chance to go back and see if he can, again, have that public conversation and see if that support does exist. So at this point, Representative McCray, did you want to make a motion?
Yes, I move. What is the LD number on this? I don't have it here.
It's 1989.
Okay, I move that we table 1989.
Okay, and before it's seconded, Representative Stearns, did you have you were going to second the motion? Okay, so it's been moved by Representative McCray to table LD 1989. It's been seconded by Representative Stearns. Is no discussion on tabling motion. I'll just do a show of hands. How many people are in favor of tabling? And from what I see, it is unanimous. So everybody that's here voted to table it. And Ms. Risler, will you work with Representative Carlo to find a time for us to reschedule this for a work session? And Representative Carlo, good luck to you. And I think you understand very clearly from the discussion of the committee what the expectation is when you come back.
I do. Thank you.
Okay. All right. So we will close the work session on LD 1989. And Senator Rafferty, welcome back.
Thank you. I may jump out again. I've got a computer going to my left, and I'm listening to when I'm going to testify.
Okay. So we're going to go to LD 270, which is a carryover bill on the regional adjustment. Again, we'll formally close the work session on 1989. We'll open the work session on LD 270. And again, everybody knows this is a carryover bill that has to do with regional adjustments, but I will ask Ms. Risler to do a brief summary. And at the same time, as all of you know, this was a bill that was selected for a racial impact study. And hopefully everybody got a copy of the racial impact study. And we will have Amy Thompson with us from EPRI, who will handle the analysis and explanation of the racial impact study. That will not be done by Ms. Risler. So if you would start, that'd be great.
Absolutely. So yes, this is LD 270, which is an act to amend the regional adjustment index to ensure school districts do not receive less than the state average for teacher salaries. The original bill, and I'm just going to share my screen, not for a full bill analysis, but just to sort of refresh everyone's recollection. The original bill is here, And it basically would have provided that this regional adjustment beginning in fiscal year 2022-2023, and for each subsequent fiscal year, that the SAU may not receive a regional adjustment that results in a decrease in the unit's allocation for teacher salary costs and salary costs of other school level staff who are not teachers. You probably recall from last year, this is a pretty complicated topic and our subject, and the committee actually had a presentation from Amy Johnson at MEPRI regarding some of their previous research on this particular component of the EPS funding formula. The committee ultimately considered a proposed amendment from Representative Stearns as well at the time, which, for example, had to do with putting in a floor or a floor and a ceiling on this regional adjustment, but ultimately decided, after hearing some from Amy Johnson at MEPRI, that they were actually going to be studying this particular component of the funding formula again over the interim and to carry it over for that additional information. Subsequent to that, as Representative Brennan mentioned, there was a different bill that created a subcommittee of legislative counsel to do a pilot project on a racial impact statement. As part of that pilot project, they selected carryover bills from a few different committees, and one of the bills that they chose is LD 270. So Amy Johnson is here with us to go through the racial impact statement. They were done in intended to be done in collaboration with the University of Maine system as well as the Permanent Commission. And so she's going to go through the statement that was actually done and given to you. She will also be touching just briefly on some of the updates of the update is on the study that she did regarding the regional adjustment component. She's not planning on giving that full presentation today. I do think it's important to ensure as we go through today that you keep those two reports separate. The racial impact statement being specific to this legislative pilot project, and any other information that she may be able to give in regards to the bill. Certainly consider it in what you ultimately decide to do with the bill, but to just sort of mentally keep those a little bit separate. And the reason I say that is because the final piece of the racial impact statement pilot project is for this committee to actually report back to that legislative subcommittee on on how you use this preliminary racial impact statement in your deliberations on this bill. The legislative subcommittee is looking for answers to questions about the time frame that you received the racial impact statement, whether it resulted in additional conversation or discussion about what you wanted to do with the bill, whether it advanced discussion of the bill, whether the statement influenced development by the committee of any potential amendments to the bill, and ultimately really whether the information provided in the statement had an impact on the committee's vote on the bill. I don't think we're going to get into the full discussion of that report back today. But I do think it's important to keep it in mind, because from the next couple of weeks, I'm going to be coming back to you and saying, remember when we did that, here are the questions and how do you want to respond to the subcommittee.
Okay.
So
before we get to Ms. Johnson, does anybody have any questions of Ms. Risler on the substance of the bill as presented? None. Okay. As Ms. Risler pointed out, the questions that quote the committee will answer at some point. We don't expect to do that today, given time limitations, but we will have to come back to it at some point. And then I'd ask Mr. Murphy, is Whitney Parrish with us?
She is not at this time. I know she was earlier today.
She was, okay. She's with the Racial Equity Commission, and I had heard that Ms. Risler.
I believe we do have Meadow Dibble, who is also from the Permanent Commission on Racial, Indigenous, and Maine Tribal Populations, and she is present.
Okay. Could you bring her or let them Ms. Dibble, we can, we can't see you yet. Good. Well, thank you. Thank you for being with us. I don't know if you planned on saying anything or just observing, but I didn't know before we got to Ms. Johnson's analysis whether or not you wanted to explain anything to the committee or provide any context that would help us understand or better respond to the process that's been established.
Thank you very much to all of you. I am here on behalf of the Permanent Commission. My name is Meadow Dibble. I direct the community engaged research component of our work. And for this work session, we would really just ask the committee members to focus on the content of the racial impact statement and how it informs the legislation at hand. We at the Permanent Commission are looking forward to working with the committee and the Legislative Council to evaluate the pilot process going forward and determine the best path forward for this vital focus on the racial impact of legislation. But for today, I really would turn it over to Amy Johnson for her analysis. And thanks.
Okay, thank you very much. We appreciate your being here. And thank you for the work that you're doing. And if at some point at the end you feel that there's something that you want to contribute, just raise your hand and our clerk will get you back before us. So thank you. So we will now turn to Ms. Johnson, who is almost like a committee member because she comes to visit us so often. But Ms. Johnson, if you could just introduce yourself. Thank you very much for being here. And you can proceed with your report.
Thank you. Yes, I am Amy Johnson, co-director of the Maine Education Policy Research Institute and at USM. And I do feel like a little bit of an ad hoc member this week. I've been spending a lot of time with you guys in the last 24 hours. Yesterday was a long day. I'm sure that's, you know, all that. So I actually have, if I could get a clarification from Chair Brennan, there's three different things that I am prepared to talk about today, and I'm not 100% sure which of those three things. So the first is a little bit of a 101 on what the regional adjustment is, because it has been a year since I gave that briefing last year, and if that would be helpful, it would take about 10 minutes, I think, for me to go through those slides. But if that's not necessary, I could just skip right past those. I do have the very, very briefest, like one bullet of what our findings were in our most recent review. I didn't come prepared to really discuss that in any detail today. That will happen no matter what. And then, of course, the third thing is the racial impact statement.
If you could do a 5-minute rather than 10-minute on the racial on the regional adjustment. Normally I would say no, that we don't need it, but this is always something that it's kind of an elusive topic, and people, a refresher is always helpful.
It's a doozy. So thank you. I'll try to be concise. I don't want to share. I want to slideshow. Okay. Can I get a thumbs up? People can see this. Okay, so bringing us back to the way to the 30,000-foot view, what the regional, which we also call the geographic cost adjustment, is in the EPS model is an adjustment factor to deal with the fact that there's differences across the state. And so what we're saying here is it's about the human resources. This is only applied to certain salary components of the EPS formula, and to make sure that the different allocations that are put through the formula are adequate for each part of the state to purchase the necessary resources they need. So, and this is conceptually different and often gets sort of talked about in parallel, but we talk about this sometimes as a cost of living adjustment, but it's actually not a cost of living adjustment the way that it's implemented in EPS. So certainly costs do vary from place to place, and cost of living would be a measure of how consumer whatever realities do differ across the state, and that is a real thing. There are differences in cost of consumer-based products, but the average consumer isn't purchasing education, right? So the construct that is more foundational to this component in the model is the cost of providing an education, and specifically the cost of purchasing labor, that teacher labor across the state. And that's really a factor of labor markets. And so I put in here a quick bullet: labor markets are economically integrated areas where individuals can reside and find employment. I pulled that off the Bureau of Labor Statistics. So these are labor market areas. We have to adjust them a little bit from the US Department of Labor's labor market areas because school districts don't necessarily fall neatly in those boundaries. But this is basically, the framework is not cost of living, it is labor market areas, and those areas where school districts within each area sort of have to compete against each other for the labor that resides in that area. So I think we've covered that slide. It is a multiplier that is applied only to school personnel salaries. So it's not on the entire formula, it's just on the salaries. I already mentioned that it is from the DOL's labor market areas. And because this is based on the cost of labor in each area, it is based on actual teacher salaries. So there's a regression process where we calculate within each region of the state what the labor market reality is in each LMA, and then we figure out how that translates to the state average, and then we compute an index. So 1.00 is representing the state average, and then the index value that would be applied is the value of that labor market area compared to the state as a whole. So it is, a couple of things are relevant here. The first is that what the regional adjustment does is it provides the resources in the model. It doesn't direct where those resources go. So that is, we're going to be revisiting this when we get to the racial impact statement. Within EPS, there are only a few elements of the formula that are what we call targeted, and that actually there's an implication that we want the district to spend those resources in a very specific way. This is a non-targeted part of the formula where giving more resources or less resources just gives the district and the locals the authority to figure out how to deal with that total allocation. Within each labor market area, and this is helpful because of the process for that regression that we use, every labor market area has lower and higher salaries. So it's not the case that everybody is above or everybody is below. Each labor market area in its own regression process sort of has their own kind of, it's not exactly an average because it's based on the specific years of experience and education level of the teachers in that area, but it's got its own relative span. So it captures the pattern that's like above and beyond that salary and experience variation in each LMA, and how does it compare to the rest of the state. So that, going back one, that was my blowing through it in 5 minutes. Are there any questions before I go forward about how it works, what it is? And I can't see hands, so I'm going to rely on Chair Brennan. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. So the things that are important to know, and this is where we start to talk a little bit more about the actual findings from our most recent review, which are pretty hot off the press as we just delivered those in December. The regional indices, these values have not been updated at all since the beginning of the EPS model. We have come forward with readjusted and recalculated values several times, and it's frankly, every time you do it, the gap has widened. And so it becomes a problem to update to the model because we see that the geographic differences are widening, the labor market areas and the economies, the economic realities about what teacher salaries are doing in each area of the state have been spreading over time. So what is in place right now is the original index values that are based on, I think it's 1999 salary data. So there's another piece of this, I'm down to the third bullet now, which is the salary matrix. The salary matrix interacts with the regional adjustment, and that's how the dollar amounts flow through based on every given district's sort of profile of teachers. So teachers that have more education or more years of experience get a larger allocation to that district than less experienced or teachers with less advanced degrees. So these two things kind of interact with each other. The salary matrix does increase over time. And so we're not pushing out the same amount of money through the formula as in 2005, but this index adjustment has not changed since then. The one thing that has had a policy impact is the 40,000 minimum salary. So although I mentioned that this component of EPS is not targeted, putting more money in the formula in this way doesn't direct any specific kind of spending pattern in districts. The $40,000 minimum salary that you guys passed a few years ago is closing the gap. That's the one big headline from our most recent analysis. It didn't close it all the way back to what it used to be, but we were seeing this spread. And then as the minimum salary kind of brought up the bottom, it's come back in just a little bit, the range of index values. I think I've covered that. So that was it on EPS, or Regional Adjustment 101. I'm now ready for racial impact statement, but I think I can pause for questions about those findings before we move on to this.
I see that Representative Salisbury and Representative Crockett both have questions. So we'll start with Representative Salisbury.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for that. Can you go back to your slide, the one right before that? Sorry.
I think so. I hit stop share and it went away.
Well, you probably can just explain.
Here we go.
Can you talk again about what you were just saying about the regional indices? A little bit more about that. Can you just explain that again about the spreading of that?
Are you seeing it? Is it back?
Oh, yep.
Okay. So what has been happening over time. So within what this value does, this index value, what it basically does is sort of measures how the labor market in any area of the state is working relative to the state average. So areas of the state that have higher teacher salaries have a higher than overall average salary. So for example, in most of Cumberland County and York County, where salaries are higher, the index value it's 1.08 is for most of Southern Maine. In parts of the state where salaries are below the state average, the index value is below 1.0. So 1.0 is an average. Is that? Oh, the spread. You wanted to know about the spread. So the fact that the spread is getting bigger over time, it means that when we look at different areas of the state relative to the state average, all salaries are increasing slowly over time, but the salaries at the top are increasing more. So there's this spread that's getting bigger. So it's not that these guys down here are not increasing, it's that they're increasing based on a smaller percentage, and the gap is getting bigger. So if we were to update the most recent index values, I think that the lower is like a 0.77, if memory serves, and the top would go up to like a 1.18, where right now I think it's a 0.83, I think, and a 1.09, I think is the spread. Does that answer your question? So it's basically a little bit of a temperature read on the economic conditions and how they're different across different parts of our state, particularly with respect to what teachers are paid.
Okay, great. That was very helpful.
Representative Crockett.
Yes. With respect to, I'm just sitting here wondering if this bill, if we need to wait until we see what the true impact of the 40K minimum salary does to the indices. Is that a fair thought process?
Is that a question for me? I'm sorry.
Ms. Thompson, I think that's for you to answer.
Okay. So I do think that the 40,000 minimum salary is going to help with closing that gap. It already did do that somewhat, and it's not fully implemented yet. I don't know that will fundamentally change the fact that there is a gap. And what this bill does is basically tries to set everybody up to the average. So I don't know that waiting is going to fundamentally change the premise of this bill. That's my interpretation.
Okay.
Representative Stearns.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, just to kind of follow up on that same notion, I think it happened with the $30,000 minimum. And it's a short-term short-term influence on this, if you will, that the gap will close. And then based on your statement earlier on, that every time we've looked at it, the gap has widened. I don't see any reason why history is not going to repeat itself, that the upper end just grows faster than the lower end on this piece. And I think the intent of this legislation is to at least stop the bleeding, if you will, and so that we're not 8 years from now, we're not saying we need a $50,000 minimum when high salary areas will already be at that plateau for about 3 or 4 years, and then they'll come back and ask the more impoverished property value wise areas to bring their salaries up once again. Hopefully we can find a place where we're not chasing that forever.
Ms. Thompson, did you want to respond to that or just?
I would be happy to if there was I didn't hear a question in there. I heard it.
No, there probably wasn't, but.
I have lots of thoughts, but yeah.
Okay, all right.
I sounded to me like he was agreeing with me, so, I'm not going to question that.
And Ms. Johnson, if I can just interject as a historical footnote, that from 1995 to 2000, there was a cost of living adjustment in the school funding formula, which included food, housing, and other items. And in 2005, when EPS was adopted, in 2000, the COLA was dropped. And in 2005, the regional adjustment was put in, focused almost exclusively, as you've mentioned, on educational costs. So that's why this regional adjustment is a little bit different than a typical cost of living adjustment.
Thank you. And if I could just say a little bit more on that, I think that really, I think, is the crux of the question at hand. I mean, it concerns me as a researcher that we've not been able to keep up with this aspect of the cost model in the formula, because what that means is we have problems at both ends, right? Like it means we have districts that are actually getting more than what they're spending on salaries and that are able to direct those funds in other directions. And then districts at the top where it's not keeping up with what they need to cover the salaries in that area. So a cost of living is a fundamentally different way of thinking about it. If in our report, and again, for another day might be a more detailed briefing on this, we did sort of raise the question of what things might look like if we did switch to that other framework, which would be more of a cost of living. The patterns are similar, but they're different, right? So the labor market and what's happening with the education salaries is different from things like housing prices. But there is a relationship there, and that is something that I think we're at a point where what we've recommended in our work to the commissioner is taking a step back and saying this component of the formula maybe isn't achieving its original intent because we've not been able through the political process to keep it updated over time. And so I have concerns about how it's working right now is as intended. The other thing that is it hints at what I believe is what Representative Stearns was saying, is that there is an inherent, the word is endogeneity, it's endogenous, right? So we're using salary to predict salary. And so this is an expenditure-based function of the formula. And in general, we meaning MEPRI don't like things that are based on expenditures. We want costs to be based on what districts need to be adequate. And we want a cost model to be informed by expenditure data, but not to have people get just exactly what they're spending. And so that there's this push-pull, and what remains true is that within each labor market area, we're talking about the local competition for that labor market. And so what I think is true and is a future policy conversation is, how do we ensure that the districts with low salaries in any given region can compete with the districts with high salaries in any given region and have the right resources to do that? If we were to take away the regional adjustment, we would have problems, both with some districts having a high tax burden that's above their actual costs, and at the other end with districts not getting enough allocation and therefore not getting enough subsidy based on the actual cost. The one thing I do think is worth mentioning is that setting it just needs to be said in as plain language as I can. I absolutely believe that the intent of this bill is to provide a way for districts to increase salaries. But setting it at the average as what everybody gets there's a little bit of a Lake Wobegon thing happening here, where if you set everybody at average, you push up the average and then you have to reset at the average. And as a quantitative person, I just raise I'm skeptical about any kind of an approach that uses the average as the bottom, because that's not what a framework based on average should be doing. If that's what we're looking at, I think we might want to consider a different framework that doesn't use the average as that pivot point, because that's not how the math is intended to.
And Ms. Johnson, I definitely don't think we have time to pursue this, although I'd be willing to have a long conversation with you about this. But as you well know, and you alluded to it, the reason the regional adjustment exists is because the whole premise of EPS is an average. And then, so when you actually talked about the actual cost of education, you don't get that when you start at the average. And that's what the regional adjustment is, an attempt to recognize the fact that educational costs across the state are not average.
Yes, exactly. I think in general, again, I'll keep us out of the weeds, I promise. But what the cost model is trying to do is to say, we want to make sure that every district gets what's adequate. And so what are the factors that drive variation in what a district needs to provide an adequate education? Right. And so every little aspect and component of the EPS model is intended to make the model a better fit to what districts need. And so some of that is, for example, the ELL component to me is a great example of there's an adjustment for students who speak English as a second language, right? And so a district who doesn't have that need wouldn't get that adjustment. Districts that do have that need would get that adjustment. That's an example of a component that's in EPS to try to make the model a better fit to actual needs. In this case, this component of the model is intended to recognize the fact that labor market areas are an economic reality, and that within each labor market area, folks have to compete for that same resource. And so the price of labor across the state is.
Yeah. I apologize for extending this discussion, and
I know. Well, and then I'll try to.
And Representative Stearns always kind of kicks off my wanting to talk about this more. So maybe we could leave this very quickly. I see that Representative Crockett does have a question, but I know we need to move on as well.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. Not so much a question as many of you may know from earlier meetings. Ms. Johnson is one of my constituents, and I have been trying through the COVID time to, meet down at the local Starbucks or somewhere, just to get this information. And I say this with all respect, dump that comes from these type of issues. And so I appreciate you elaborating as much as you could today, but I want you to know I am looking forward to learning and hearing more when we can meet.
Over tea, because I understand you're not a coffee drinker, right? So yeah.
That's true. I don't drink coffee. In the winter, it's usually hot chocolate, but tea sounds delightful.
Okay. So I guess the point.
Ms. Johnson, if you wanted to move on, that'd be great.
Yeah, I will. And the point that I think just bears repeating, because if I don't say it, I think Representative Stearns will, is that I think it's worth emphasizing to the committee that the fact that some people are getting adjusted below 1 is, I think, a problem of behavior within EPS that is not going away. Nobody wants to be adjusted downward. And I do wish that we had a different way of framing this that was only adjusting upward from a minimum, from a baseline, instead of something that was based on the average. So that I recognize that and wish that I had something different to offer, but what we have is based on average. So racial impact. So as you already heard from Meadow Dibble,
Representative Stearns, was there anything that you
I called him out,
especially compelled to say?
Just very briefly, this adjustment is made on page 1. It's to set the per pupil rate. Once that's done, after that, everything that takes place is designed, in my opinion, on a student-based, learner-based needs model. Setting this EPS rate is based on the cost of housing, cost of living, previous salaries that have been negotiated, et cetera. So my thinking is, why not just put that as one statewide rate, leave it, and then make those adjustments on the other side to support each learner. Yeah, but
Thank you.
yeah.
Ford, I think you've gotten a little bit of the preliminary about this racial impact pilot project. So just to reiterate where we are in this process, this is a pilot year where it took a while for after the legislation got passed to even identify which bills would be picked for this pilot study. So we're a little bit off schedule, just to be honest. So we're coming here at this point with what we consider a preliminary analysis. Ideally, we would have been able to has not yet had a robust discussion with all of the partners in the pilot project. So what you're seeing is what's come out of the researcher side of it. We're teeing it up for feedback, but if this has not had a chance for input and really bouncing this off the walls from all of the other stakeholders that are involved in this pilot process. And Meadow can chip in with more on that if necessary, but that is why you see that's why we're calling it preliminary, just like you've seen preliminary fiscal notes in the process in the past. And you'll see these statements on the actual racial impact statement that you got. What you're seeing is what I've come up with that hasn't yet gone through a feedback process. I see a hand up.
So I see that Representative Sampson does have a question.
Yes, thank you. You state here the academic approach that there's some operational decisions are subjective. Can you give me an example of a couple of those?
Absolutely. So academic approach means this is me, this is Amy saying, what would I as a researcher do when asked to think about racial impact? And so I approached this through a pretty academic lens, and along the way had to sort of make some decisions on how I was going to approach and operationalize racial impact. Because as we translate the concept of racial impact, particularly to school districts, which is the construct we're dealing with in school funding, there's different ways I could approach that. And so that's all laid out in detail in the memo. And so that really, we're at the point where I think the next step, which I'm looking forward to, is how helpful is this? And is this the right way to approach it? Might there be other ways of approaching it? But so for example, and I'll run into this a little bit more in the next stage. Actually, if you bear with me for a second, I'll go through that in some more detail on the next slide. But one thing that is worth mentioning now is I do think that this one pilot of looking at LD 270 is kind of representative of any number of future bills that would be talking about school funding. So the way that you would think about racial impact for this bill, I think is going to be translatable for many bills in the future. And the too long didn't read version is I was not able to find a systematic pattern of racial impact. It was, I think the term we use is neutral. I'm clicking and then it's not going. There we go. Okay, so the first operational decision that I had to think about was whether we wanted to think about student impacts on individual students versus thinking about the district. You can see in the appendix that's provided in the racial impact statement, I erred on the side of thinking about districts. So what I did is we looked at the proportion of students of color in every school district in Maine, and I just kind of sorted it in reverse order and identified any district that has a proportion of students of color that's above the state as a whole. And there was, I think it's 29, oh my gosh, I should know, 29 districts were that like above the line. And then the remaining districts in Maine had a lower than overall average proportion of students of color. That was a subjective decision right there. I'm basically saying I'm going to use the state as the bar. There are different ways that we could think about how we think about districts that support students of color, because almost every district in Maine has at least one student of color, right? And so that was the first operational decision I made, was thinking about it at a district lens. How do I decide who to put in the impact category, in which impact category? The other thing that I've already mentioned about EPS is This particular bill and in most aspects of EPS are not targeted. So we have to make an inference about, one can make an inference about how those funds might trickle down to individual students in any given district, where if they're not targeted, that we can make an educated guess, but we can't know for sure. And that's just how EPS works, and that's something that I think will be translatable to many potential bills in the future. The other thing that's really important with this is that there was a fiscal note in this bill that I'm just taking as gospel at $11.7 million. That is a change in the mill rate. This wasn't a bill that would have proposed an offset from other sources. It was raising the minimum. And so that's a mill rate expectation, which is then going to flow through the formula and impact communities in a tax rate. And so that was kind of instrumental to my approach of trying to think out about how taxpayers might be affected in these communities. And so, for example, I'm just going to, if you were to look at 2 lines on my spreadsheet, there are 2 districts, Portland and Lewiston, that are close to each other because they have similar proportions of students of color. Portland is a district that on their direct impact of this bill wouldn't receive any impact on their EPS formula because they're already getting above a 1.0. Lewiston is another similar district that I think has a 0.98. So they would get a little bit additional allocation by this. On the other side of it, though, once we look at the mill rate expectation, there is a net impact on Portland of being hurt by this bill because their mill rate would go up. They would get less state subsidy. In other words, the additional amount of money that would that's required to raise this $11.7 million, some of that would come out of Portland subsidy, but they wouldn't get any benefit of additional allocation. On the flip side, for another district that might get more allocation, whether or not the amount of allocation they're getting, at least some of that additional allocation they're getting has to be raised by local taxpayers, right? Because the state pays 55% of this. So the additional minimum that would go to any district is going to also raise the tax rate, but it may not raise it as much. It may not impact a district as much if they are getting a lot of their funding in state subsidy. So again, as a state, if we say 55% of the cost of education is paid by the state, 45% is not, in any given district, that it's not 55-45, it's some exact split. So that's a factor in thinking about EPS and how it flows through. Is if there's going to be a change in the mill rate because you haven't identified some offsetting source, we're talking about impacting every district in some way, shape, or form in the taxpayers. So overall, looking through those various lenses, even the way that I operationalize this and looking at the 29 or so districts that had proportions of students of color that were above the state overall, you could see that there was a mix of folks who would benefit and not on the allocation side, and folks and how they might be impacted on the subsidy side with how the mill rate expectation changes. There wasn't a way for me to come back and say I could see a systematic way that this could flow through to be linked to race. So overall, neutral impact because of those mixed patterns that I saw, which I have to admit was not what I expected to see in my mind. I went into it with a foregone conclusion of like, oh, well, the parts of the state that are below average are mostly white. I just said that's how it is, and that wasn't how it is. The proportion of students of color that was a broad area across the state, and that's me. I learned something pretty interesting from this. So, and then the other thing that I think is important is that if I had come back with, this is just a big question mark for the next stage of this process, if I hadn't been able to say neutral impact because I couldn't see a discernible pattern how it played out, I still might have been tempted to say there's no impact because I can't guarantee that these funds would in any way flow down to impact students. You know what I'm saying? Because of how EPS works with the non-targeted nature, we'll have to make some decisions as policymakers. And again, this is the next stage of the process of, in that situation, how might we approach it? I don't know how many degrees of assumptions you can make before you have to say, I have to say indeterminate and just draw a line. That was just a question we're raising as part of this process. And that's going to be a robust conversation that I look forward to as the academic geek that I am. And also I have to say that, so this whole process, the pilot process was The University of Maine system is kind of engaging in this. The individual researchers who each took on these 5 bills are kind of did it on a volunteer basis. I'm not saying that to complain. I'm saying it to say it. Another lens that I think will have to be discussed in looking at these is, that the timeliness. It took me a month to get to this, I guess is what I'm trying to say. And I did the best I could, and it was interesting, and it was really important. It was valuable. I'm glad that we as a state are looking at these, but I don't know how helpful that would be if every year I say, I'll let you know in 3 months what I think. So that's all the second part of the process, is how we approach these in a way that is reliable and also timely enough to be useful. That's my 2 cents. I think I might have even veered more into the process than I was supposed to, but that was our pilot process, and happy to take any questions.
Well, thank you, Ms. Johnson. I know it's kind of hard always being the test case of pilot, and you don't have a lot of necessarily precedent to work from, and that you kind of had to create this research methodology on the fly or as you're moving forward. But thank you very much for your comments. And at this point, I would ask any members of the committee if they have any questions of Ms. Johnson. Okay. And just to reiterate, the analysis that you did, the conclusion was that the impact on race was neutral.
Yeah, I think that was the term. Yep, neutral.
Right.
There was no
Okay.
systematic impact that played out by race, the way I
Okay.
define it.
Any other questions, comments? All right. And I know we'll have an opportunity to answer questions as we go forward in the committee in terms of the helpfulness of this, usefulness. And I don't want to make any conclusionary comments at this point, but this bill in particular was a very difficult choice from my perspective for you to do this type of analysis. And I know you said it raised a lot of questions about EPS going forward, but given the ripple effect of EPS and all the various components, it's always kind of hard to isolate out the different elements that aren't interactive with each other, because everything kind of, ties together. So I appreciate your effort. I do think it was a particularly difficult bill. I think there were a number of other bills in our committee that would have been more helpful to conduct a racial impact study and may have given the committee a little bit more direction. But again, I know it's a pilot and we're just starting, and we'll have an opportunity to have further discussion about that. So again, we're now back to the work session on the bill, and we need to take some action in regards to the bill. And does anybody at this point have any further questions of Ms. Risler on 270? Representative Crockett.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm sorry, Hillary, no question for you, but do we need a few minutes to break into caucus to discuss this before a motion is put forward?
Well, are you posing that as a question, or are you asking for a caucus?
I think I probably would like a caucus.
You would like a caucus, okay. Representative Stearns, were you going to support Representative Crockett's request? I'm just kidding.
Yes.
All right. So let me see. It's 5 minutes to 3. If we plan on coming back by 5 after, give us 10 minutes. Okay. Thank you. Then we will go to caucus.
No, no, no.
Good afternoon, and we're about 5 minutes off at this point. So let me see, we got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And Senator Woodson is 7. And that gives us a senator, which is always good. And I think Senator Rafferty said he had to go to someplace else. And 1, 2. So I guess this is all we're going to get. 1, 2, 4, 5, 6, 7. All right. So are we ready? We're ready to start again, Representative Stearns? Okay. So we're back to our work session on let me see, LD 270. And I see that Representative McCray has his hand up.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. If you're ready for a motion.
Yep, I am.
Okay. I move that we turn this bill into a resolve, asking the department to bring back a report in the 131st regarding this bill and regional adjustment. And I wish to speak to my motion.
All right. Is there a second to that motion?
I just got an email from Representative Salisbury that she needs the link. She's got it, so she's on her way.
Okay. And there she is. All right. So, but we still need a second to the motion. Representative Salisbury, you wanted to second the motion.
I will second the
All right.
motion.
So it's been moved and seconded that LD 270 be turned into resolve and direct the Department of Education to study the issue of regional adjustment and provide a report back to the Education Committee in the January of 2023, the 131st legislature. And Representative McCray wanted to speak to his motion.
Yes, the only reason that I really prefer to do a resolve, I mean, this is a regional adjustment, which means somebody's going to gain and somebody's going to lose. And we are sitting here wondering what the 55% is going to do and how it might impact this very bill. So it just seems to me that if we can get a report back, I mean, if we vote against this, okay, that's certainly one possibility. But if we have a resolve to bring back a report, we can always vote to kill it then. If we, in our infinite wisdom, those of us that are going to be here, in our infinite wisdom, if we think that this is not a good idea, we can vote it down then. This is not going to cause anything except a report. And I think that we will be better educated if we wait for that report. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative McCray. Any other comments or thoughts on the motion? Ms. Risler, did you understand the motion?
Yes, I understand the motion as an ought to pass as amended. And the amendment would be to draft a resolve asking the Department of Education to study the regional adjustment component of the funding formula and report back in January of the 131st on the regional adjustment.
Okay. And any further discussion, comments? Seeing none, I will ask Mr. Murphy to call the roll.
Sure. And a motion of ought to pass as amended for LD 270, Senator Rafferty. Senator Rafferty is absent. Senator Rafferty. Senator Rafferty. We are calling a roll call.
Perfect timing.
Sure.
Hey, Ms. Murphy, maybe you could come back to Senator Rafferty after everybody else votes.
Sure. Senator Daughtry. Senator Daughtry is absent. Senator Woodsum.
Yes.
Senator Woodsum votes yes. Representative Brennan.
Yes.
Representative Brennan votes yes. Representative Crockett.
No.
Representative Crockett votes no. Representative Dodge. Representative Dodge is absent. Representative Lyman.
Yes.
Representative Lyman
Wait.
votes yes.
Sorry.
Did I hear your vote correctly, Representative Lyman?
I'm looking back at them. I'm sorry, I was doing something I shouldn't have been to turn into a resolve. Come back to me.
Sure.
Thank you.
Representative McCray?
Yes.
Representative McCray votes yes. Representative Millette? Representative Millette is absent. Representative Roach? Representative Roach is absent. Representative Salisbury?
Yes.
Representative Salisbury votes yes. Representative Sampson?
Yes.
Representative Sampson votes yes. Representative Stearns?
Yes.
Representative Stearns votes yes. I have votes for Senator Rafferty.
Eli, if you could please just at least read the motion.
Sure. The motion on the table, and Hillary may speak to this better than I can.
If I may, it's an ought to pass as amended motion. It would replace the bill as a resolve, directing the Department of Education to study the regional adjustment component of the funding formula and report back to the committee in January, next January in the 131st legislature.
Thank you very much.
And Eli, ought to pass as amended with a resolve, yes.
Okay. Representative Lyman votes yes.
Eli?
Yes.
I vote yes. Ought to pass as amended.
Okay. Senator Rafferty votes yes. The count is 8 vote yes, 1 no, and 5 absent. Is there a minority report? And this would be Representative Crockett. Sir, you are muted.
Sorry about that. Ought not to pass.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. That concludes our formal business for today. And I just want to say to the committee, we clearly had a long week and we had a lot of issues before us. And I think everybody showed a tremendous amount of fortitude, patience, and occasionally we showed some insight. And I don't think we did anything particularly damaging this week, and we did some things that may be helpful as we move forward. So I will be leaving shortly to go to Boston, and at this time tomorrow, I hope to be in Sedona, Arizona, and I will be gone all of next week, but I will try strategically to zoom in on those work sessions and things that the committee might be doing next week, if my scheduling permits that. As you probably know, there's 2 hours difference, or 2 hours. So that means what you'd be doing. And I think it's 2. You think it's 3 yet? I thought it was 2. But anyway, there will be a little bit of time difference between us. But I know Senator Rafferty will keep the committee moving in the right direction. And there is still some significant work ahead of us in terms of the budget, CDS, and the remaining bills we have. But I feel pretty confident that we will resolve and act on everything we need to, by mid-month, or if not the end of the month. And Ms. Risler will continue to, again, keep us moving in the right direction. So Hillary, did you have anything to add?
I just have 2 language reviews, but it sounds like at this point perhaps it's preferred if I just email them out to the committee and set a date certain for your response. They're very simple, so I'll just email them out.
I think you probably have a unanimous support on that.
Okay. I'll send it out probably tomorrow morning, and we can just touch base on it first thing next week.
Okay. And any additional comments, thoughts?
Forget about Monday.
Representative Brennan?
Yes.
Yes, I heard Hillary say it. Don't forget about Monday. That's an unusual meeting day for us, and it is 10 o'clock, Hillary. And most importantly, Mike, I know you'll be thinking of us, but you got to remember to enjoy your time away with your family while you can, sir. So take full advantage of that.
Well, I tell you what, at the end of the trip, you can have my wife come in and ask her how many times I've mentioned that I wish I were back in Augusta.
Well, we don't want to hear any, this is not the Griswolds go to the Grand Canyon.
Right.
So.
Well, Death Valley yesterday was 80 degrees. Representative Crockett.
Yeah, I am sad to report that you were right. Sedona is mountain time. I was actually hoping it was 3 hours. That would give you a little less stress dealing with us back here in the afternoons, but it's only 2 hours.
All right. Right. Anyway, well, good luck, and hopefully I'll see some of you for some time next week. But take care and have a good weekend.
Likewise.
Eli?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. I don't think I missed a vote, but I wanted to be sure.
I don't believe so. I think you came in at the last moment for that last one.
That was perfect timing on my part.